Hey folks, welcome back. I'm back with one more exciting application. This is going to be very intensive and we are going to learn a lot of information from this application. To put in a simple words, what is it that we are going to build in this application? So I'm naming this as a code capsule generator. So it helps us generate a code snippets and see those code snippets live in preview, how they're going to look like, and that is what this application is about. So let's just see this in action. How is it going to look like? So opening this application, so this is how the application is going to look like. A simple one-pager application which I'm naming it as a code capsules. On opening this application, we have a chat input with multiple input options that we have that we can select from. So these are very important. These are the personas. So basically a NextJS developer, Streamlit developer, Gradio developer, and Python data analyst. So this helps us to act as the respective personas and see that in action. Okay, I'm going to show that in a while. And also here the list of all the providers that we have and who are masters in this field. We are going to include and integrate all of those models into this application. OpenAI, Anthropic, Google Gemini models, Mistral, Grok providers, Firefox, Together AI, Olama, and all of those things. And I'm going to show you how it's going to be easy to integrate those models and play with all of those models and stick to the best one which suggests the best code. Okay, and here is the option to configure additional LLM settings like the API key if we wanted to configure our own API key, the base URL, and also the parameters to control all of these things that we see normally in all of our playgrounds. Okay, fine. And the options here is to undo the message in our list that we are going to showcase in the chat section, and to delete the conversation that we are in, and this is to toggle the theme of our application. Okay, and I've just logged in now. So now I'm going to show you how we can restrict the user to converse with our application without logging in. So let's say I wanted to converse with this. So since the user has not logged in, we are restricting him to first log into our application and then proceed with our application. Okay, so this we are going to do it using Supabase Hearth, and I'm going to show you how to easily integrate that into our application. So let's try to log in with my GitHub. Okay, now we are inside this application and let's see how it's going to look like. Okay, and this is very important, adding attachments. So we support uploading images, screenshots, or pictorial representation of how your UI wanted to look like. Provide a reference and ask it to take a reference and generate the code for that, and then you see that code generated live in preview. Let me show you how easy it's going to be to generate what I'm talking about. So first I'm just going to select Streamlit developer. So can you quickly generate line chart using some sample data available publicly. Okay, so now let's see this. So this one, it's going to generate the instructions along with the code snippet and then the preview of that code generated. So you can see all it's happening simultaneously. So this is the line chart example that we received from here, and yeah, that there we go. So can you use GDP data of all countries and plot line chart and option to select country. Okay, and now let's see how it's going to respond to us. Okay, so this is the code that it is generating, and now let's see that what it's going to produce us. So this is the preview. Okay, so this is the code that it generated and the preview of this. So I asked for GDP line chat, and here is the list of all the countries that it has given us, and then the line chart, so the data that it has plotted. So if I just select some country, so you see that it's the thing. Okay, it's as simple as that and as easy as we can imagine. So that is for the Streamlit developer. So you can just follow on the code that it is generated and ask for more improvements, more things that you need something to be included into your code, and that's possible here. And clicking on this, it's going to help us navigate to the code that is generated, and then we can see this thing in our preview. Okay, so now let me just, so as I said, this is undo, which just removes this, and deleting it just deletes our old conversation. So now let's go to this Gradio developer, and I want you to generate the OpenAI like playground. Okay, let's see this. So I asked in it to generate code in Gradio. Okay, so let's see this. This is going to be simple one. So that's the code, and now let's see the preview of it. Yep, so you can see, yeah, there's some error. That's fine. So this we can, there's a slider for intensity and the option to clear, submit, and all that stuff. Okay, yep, so that is what I wanted to talk about. And finally, let's see the NextJS generate me SaaS landing page for a startup with the main feature of generating AI videos and pricing sections also. Okay, now let's see this. Yep, so it is generating for us the code using Tailwind CSS, and let's see the preview in action. There is an error, that's fine. And okay, use just Tailwind CSS. Yep, so it's generating. Let's see this in action. Yep, there we go. We have this AI video generator, some hero content, and then pricings and all. And just let me ask, can you change the theme to red color? And let's see this. So we are streaming the code that it is generating, and now let's wait for us to see the preview. Okay, so it's shifted to preview, and yep, so it did change the theme to generate red color, the button, and also the text and everything. Fine. Okay, so that is the intent, and that's the application that we'll be building in this video. Okay, in this not a playlist, it's going to be a single video. So yep, I'm going to show you how to integrate all of the providers and build a personas. I'm just going to, and for your information, in a build session I'll be just showcasing how to integrate one persona but provide you ample information to build other personas. Along with that, I'll be attaching that in the code GitHub link that I'll be providing you guys. So yep, it's going to be really exciting. So I'm going to show you the analytics also using PostHog to just capture the events like who are clicking on a sign in button, how many times the user has clicked on the submit button to our chat, and all of those things like analytics maintenance using PostHog, also integrating into our application. So rate limiting using our Vercel KV, which partnered with the Upstash and all of that. Okay, and provide you enough details to deploy this into Vercel as well. So that is what we are going to be building, and I think it's going to be really exciting. Okay, so are you guys excited? If so, just comment below, and let's get started, guys. Let's just jump onto the build section. The empty terminal. So let's just create the next app. So I'm just going to name this as Code Capsule, because we'll be generating code blocks where we will see the live actions of those code blocks. Okay, and by default let's just select whatever is recommended, like we normally do in all our videos. So let's wait. So yep, so I'm just going to open this in an editor, and I'm just going to run this as usual to see this live changes that we are making on the right hand side of the screen. Okay, so it's added, so it's running. So I'm just going to open that. That's fine. So left part of the screen, and this one I'm just going to make the font size bigger. Yep, and let's just minimize this part. Fine, so we are here in this thing. So let me just get rid of all of this part as usual. Okay, fine. So now inside this we are receiving error because we don't have anything here, even in the fragment. So let's just have this main thing. Okay, and inside this, let me have this as the home page. Oh yeah, okay, fine. And let's make this one as the flex, and the minimum height I want it to be whole screen. So I'm just adding this, and even the max height to be of the whole screen. Okay, fine. So we just removed whatever we had, the default one. I just added the home page section. Now what I wanted to do, first thing I wanted to focus on is to add a structure to our UI. So to see that in action, what I'm going to do inside this, I'm going to have one div where I'm going to have a styling of a grid in a 2 columns. So in the left section we'll have the way to interact, that is a chat conversations thing, and in the right hand side we will see the code that it is generating along with the preview section. Okay, so that is in this div. So what I'm going to do, let's make this one as a grid, and width I'm just going to have this full, and if it's a medium, so let's have the columns, 2 columns. Okay, yep, and we might not say anything for now, that's fine. The first thing I wanted to integrate, like we normally do, the authentication. So I will use here the Supabase to add that. So for that, what I'm going to do is, let's try to create a client for Supabase. Okay, so let's create here the library folder so that we will maintain connection to third parties inside this. and I'm going to create a new file called supabase.ts. Okay, so for us to use, we need a dependency, so I'm just going to add in here the Supabase JavaScript SDK. Okay, fine. So I'm just going to import that, and also we need the environment variable for us to get a hands on the Supabase URL along with that anon key. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, let's just navigate to Supabase. Okay, so I'm just going to create a new project in this organization. So I'm just going to name this as Code Capsule. So this one, you can just use some password, whichever it's easier for you to remember. Okay, okay, fine. Yep, so I'm just creating a new project. So once we create new project, I need to collect so let's create .env file. So in here, let me create next public Supabase URL, and this is the URL of that. Okay, and then this anon key, so that is what we need. So I'm just going to create the environment variable for that too. Next public Supabase anon key. Okay, fine. So these are the two values which I just created. So now going to this client, let's just export this Supabase. Okay, maybe I can just minimize this part so that we can see this one little bit wider screen. So, and also let's make the authentication as an optional. That is, if we wanted to have an authentication into application, we will include it. If not, we will not include it. So for that also, let me maintain an environment variable. So just below this, let me create a new value called next public enable Supabase. Okay, so by default I'm going to set this to true, so we can change this to false, and then accordingly only if authentication is enabled, we will enforce the user to authenticate and then to play with our application. Okay, fine. So here let's do that checking now. So next public, we will first check if the enable Supabase is true. Only then we'll try to create a client, else we'll not worry about creating a client. So this one I'm going to import here, and here I'm just going to provide the URL, Supabase URL, next public Supabase URL, and this one the key that we just added now. Yep, so we added this, and if it's false, so I'm just going to set the undefined. So we have this Supabase client created. So now going down here to our main page, what is it that I wanted to do is, we need a kind of a component for showcasing a dialog of auth related stuff, like signing with any providers that we wanted to add. We will add GitHub and also Google, and then additional mail thing and all. So we will use just any one of that. In this, I'm just going to show you GitHub. The other parts, it's going to be simple. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, let me create a form component for authenticating a user. Okay, so as usual, first I want a components folder. Okay, so and also let's just add in the chassis and components so that we can use some components. Okay, so I'm just going to select whatever the default suggestion that we get. So I'm just selecting that. You can change the theme to whatever it works for you. Okay, so and now I'm just going to create the new folder called components, and that's where we'll store the components, React components. And here let me just create the form for auth. So auth form.tsx, and inside this let's create this component which we will call this as auth form, and here we will pass in the Supabase client as a props for this, along with that which view we wanted to show, whether it's the user trying to sign in or sign up and all those things. So let me just pass on those props here. Supabase, so I'm just going to use this Supabase client and a view like I said. So I'm just going to create in here the type for this, or let's name this as something like auth view type. Okay, so this one also, the types and all that thing, I'm just going to define in this library folder. Let's name this as auth.ts. Okay, so let's name this as auth view type, and this one it's going to be sign in, sign up, and the other options, the magic link and all, and the forgotten password if he is not using the provider, and then the update password, verify OTP. Okay, if he's trying to log in using his email. So now we have this type for auth view, so I can just use this one, the auth view type, and I'm just destructuring them, Supabase and the view. Okay, fine. Now we have the props that we want. What we are going to do inside that, let's try to add in a text kind of like sign into Code Capsule and all that stuff. Okay, so if you want to see this in action, so first let me wrap in some div, and this one some header like sign into Code Capsule. Okay, so this I wanted to show in the form of a dialog component rather than this as a one single screen. We don't have to create separate page for that. It will be better if we can show in a dialog. So for that let's create a new component, and then we will see that in our UI. I'm just going to create in here this auth dialog component, and here I'm just going to use the dialog component. So let me add this dialog component. Okay, so we're just adding this dialog component so that I can use and wrap the auth form component which we created inside the dialog as a content. Okay, so here let's create this function. Let's name this as the auth dialog, and inside this the props for this what will be passing the open, the boolean value whether to showcase the dialog content or not, and the callback function to toggle that open value, and the things that we need for our auth form, because we'll be wrapping the auth form component inside this, which it needs Supabase client along with that view. Okay, so that I'm going to add in as a props for this component. Open, this is going to be boolean, set open the callback function, boolean. Okay, and this is going to be a just version type void the Supabase client. I'm just going to import this, and finally the view type. So this also we have this definition for this, and let's just have those values so that we can access inside our component. Okay, fine. So these are the props for this, and now inside this, or maybe whenever we are using terminal, I'll just maximize this, or else I'll just limit this to smaller size. And here I'm just going to return, let's use this dialog component which we just created, and here this open, I'm just going to pass in this open prop value on open change. Let's pass on this callback function, and here this dialog content, I'm going to wrap that form component. So here let's have this visually hidden component that I'll be using. So this one I will just import it from the Radix UI React visually hidden component, so just so that we can hide it, this one. So let me just install that, the Radix UI React visually hidden component. Okay, so yeah, it's installed. So I'm just going to import this from here, and inside this now I can have a title and then have the form component. Okay, so title, let me just wrap inside this title. So I'm just going to add in here the text as sign into Code Capsule. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to use this auth form. Okay, I have not exported, I guess. Yep, so this one, let's just export this component. Let me just export this auth form so that we can use it here. Okay, I need to pass in the props for this, the Supabase, and along with that this view. Yep, so now we have this auth dialog component. So what we are going to do, so let's go to our the main page thing, and here what I'm going to do, instead of this home page where I have the text, I'm going to just try to add in this auth dialog component so that we can see on the screen. And this one, let's take this only if this is not undefined, then we will showcase this auth dialog. So that's exactly what we want, correct? So here, and I just need to pass on here the props for this. For this, what we are going to do, let's create a state variables for that. So first thing is auth dialog open or not, So again this callback function, so let's by default set this value to false. Okay, and also the view that we need to pass, so for that also I'm just going to maintain the state variable set auth view, and this is going to be of type auth view type, and by default I'm just going to set this one to sign in. Okay, so we have this auth view and the function to update that. I think we should be good. Let's just pass on the values for this component. So open is auth dialog open, that's the value we'll be passing, and set open callback function, let's attach the set auth dialog callback function, view the auth view value, and Supabase I'm just going to pass on the Supabase client object. Okay, so now going on here, and this one I need to make it as a client component because we are using this state variables. Okay, yep, this one let's by default set this one to true. Okay, we should see this dialog, but I'm not seeing that. Yep, now we are seeing this. Okay, so we have this sign into Code Capsule dialog. So let's try to complete this auth form component. So inside this one, so let's make our work a bit easier. So what I will do is I'm going to use the auth components, auth UI components of Supabase thing, so we can directly use this one so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. So what we will do, all we need to do is install this dependencies, so which we have the Supabase JS SDK already installed. So we need to install this auth UI React along with that shared thing. So let me just install this. Okay, so let me, yep. So once we install this, so you can, it's simple, straightforward. You can just refer to this docs, how to use this and what and all options that we can pass on to this the auth component and all that stuff. So I'm leaving it to you guys. So we have these dependencies installed, so I'm just going to import the auth component. So what I will do here, below this h1, let's create one div, and here I'm going to use this auth component from this UI React and attach the Supabase client that we have. Along with this, the appearance, we can customize it to whatever the needs of us. So as of now, this is how it's looking, so you can see on the screen. So this one, what I'm going to do, let me just try to style this. Let's make this flex and justify. I'm going to center them, and also items, let's center, and direction. So if I make this column, now it's fine, looking at this better. And the styling of this title, let's again make this also flex, and let's center this thing. Gap, I'm going to have some 4, and text size, let's increase this one to extra large. Okay, and I'm going to have some font type to be bolder, and let's have some margin bottom. So we have this, and also let's make this width as full. Okay, yeah, at least now slowly things are looking better. Okay, and also if you want, you can just add in here some logo inside this. Okay, so let's say I'm just going to add some icon here. Let's say I'm just adding this icon, so you can just change this one to whatever the logo which better suits. So it's not that important. So assume like this is the I'm just going to change this text to this logo. Okay, fine. And this one, let's again make this flex. Let's just center this one, and also justify. I'm just going to center this one, rounded. If you want, you can just add in, because this is just the custom, not the customized icon, so it's already looking good. So you can just have some shadow effect, like and also background. If you I'm just going to add in, if it's a black, we are not saying anything. Okay, at least it's like placeholder, so I'm just keeping this as it is. If you wanted to see this refresh icon, you can just remove this one. So we just added this text, and also the just the placeholder for a logo. And this one, let me just make this to width to occupy full, so that we'll see it takes the full width. And now coming down to appearance, so I need to specify some theme for this, so that's why we installed AuthUI shade dependency as well. So once we provide some theme to that, so it starts to look better. So here the theme we can specify here. So I'm just going to pass in this theme super from this AuthUI shade dependency. Okay, so yeah, and now it started looking better. And the variables, these are all present in the docs which I just showcased you. You can just configure, and here we can set on the colors of all the things that we are seeing. So here I'm just going to pass on some colors which I have in handy, so you can just create the colors whichever you wanted. Okay, so the brand and brand accent, I'm just going to change this one to this color. And also the input text, divider, background, and all those things, I'm just going to attach that in the code GitHub link, so you can refer that. So these are the things that we can customize. The input text, divider, background, input border focus, what are the colors that you want for all the button text, background, hover, and all those things. Like these are all like the things that we have. Okay, so now at least we it's looking better. Okay, if not perfect. Okay, fine. And also some radius, the radius we can specify. So in this way, so let's say the border radius button, I can just change this one to value to whichever it looks better. Yeah, now it looks better. And also this input, also I can change this one to same the like above which we just changed. And this also, now it's looking good. Okay, yeah, that's this component. And also the label, now what I wanted to, so we can, here we have this localization, here also the variables where we have this sign in. So this email label, what we can just add in is this email address. If you want, you can just add in whichever text you want here. And also the label for password, so I'm just going to leave this as a password, so we see that it changed. And then the view and all those things, so whatever the props that we are sending from the props, we can just pass on that here. So we it's the sign in by default, so I'm just setting that. And theme, let's set this one to default. Show links, I'm just going to set this to true. And providers, we can restrict to only the one which we are trying to support. So we can add in like GitHub alone, so only GitHub will be showcased. If we wanted to add in Google, so you can add in Google. Okay, fine. And also the scopes, like provider scopes, GitHub, I'm just going to add in here this email. Okay, so this is the simple auth form component. So we are not doing anything much of our work. We are just using this auth component from this auth UI React library. Okay, so that we doesn't have to do much work. So now we have this auth form in Andy. So I think that's already looking good. And now what I wanted to do, so the basic things, so we will add in the next themes, so that I can toggle the theme of all that thing. So for that, what we need to do, we need to install next themes dependency. So I'm just adding next themes dependency. So we have that, and inside this I'm just going to create in a new file called like providers.tsx. okay, so here I'm just going to install import the next theme provider, and so that we can wrap the children, all of our React children inside that. And also I wanted to have the PostHog. So PostHog is very good for tracking analytics, web analytics, and the session of the user on our particular page and all those things. Like we can capture events like sign-in events, like chat submissions, the conversations counts that he has, and the down the line we'll be creating a sandboxes. So how many times that user create those sandboxes and all, we can keep track of all those events. So for that I will be using PostHog. So I'll just showcase you that. So we will add in the provider for that also. So this is the thing. So here I created already the one simple project. So once you create the project, all you need to do is collect this the key. It's nothing but the PostHog API key and also the host of it. Okay, so this is the host. So it's going to be very simple. Just log in with your any GitHub account or any provider account. So once you are logged in, by default we can have one project created. So once that is created, just come down to settings section, and just in the web snippet section collect this as the API key. So I'm just going to add this in environment variable so that it will be better for you guys. Okay, so here for the PostHog also, what I'm going to do, same way like we did first, this is also, we'll make it as an optional if we wanted to keep track of the analytics along with the event tracking, or else we can completely ignore this part. So here this next public enable PostHog. So by default I'm going to enable this, and the next public PostHog key. Okay, so this is the key. So I'm just going to copy this key. Okay, and the next public PostHog host. Okay, and the API host is this, so you can just copy this one. So yeah, yep, and there's clearly a documentation also how you can integrate into all of that thing, so you can refer. It's going to be very simple. So I'm going to show you here in this providers. So now let's go back to our application. So here we installed the next themes, and also likewise for this PostHog I will have to install the PostHog JS dependencies. So I'm just going to that is the JavaScript SDK. So okay, fine. So we have this one. So now let me just minimize this. So what I'm going to do first, like I said, we will make this as optional. So I'm just checking if it's not undefined, and here we will use this environment variable which we just created. If we have this next public enable PostHog, only then we'll try to prepare the PostHog line. Okay, so this one I'm just going to import this one from this PostHog JS, and we are going to initialize this, and I am going to provide here the PostHog key which we just prepared. And this is going to be next public PostHog key. Okay, if not, I'm just going to keep this as empty. So yep, and now this API host, so which is next public PostHog host. Okay, so that's this thing, and also we can provide the additional metadata here. So I'm just going to specify your person profiles. Yes, I'm going to say here this identified only, and also that is the guys who has logged in and all. And here this session recording, I'm going to specify a record cross origin iframes. So let's set this one to true. Okay, so we are initializing this PostHog. Okay, so now what I can do, let's just prepare the provider for that again to ramp the children's React children's, and here this PostHog provider, the children as a props, which is going to be of type React node. Okay, so here again we will just make sure that we are checking whether this is enabled or not. Only then we will try to wrap inside this PostHog provider JS. Okay, so for this also there is specific for dependency for React. So I'm just going to add in this PostHog JS React. Okay, so this is going to give us the what did we encounter? Some issue. Yep, I guess we have this issue. Okay, there is an issue of the library that we are trying to install. Okay, it's part of the default library that we have. So this PostHog, so I just need to import that one. Fine. So here let's install the PostHog provider from this PostHog JS React. Okay, so this one, let's just rename this one to PostHog provider JS, because we already have this component name, so that it doesn't have to conflict. And here let's just use this and attach in the client the above PostHog which we just prepared, and inside this I'm just going to wrap in this children. Okay, if not, if this is not enabled, so we will just pass on here this children. Okay, so this is the simple PostHog provider that we prepared. And now the theme provider. So here I'm just going to export this theme provider from Next Themes. So this one also we will send the children for this, and with that other props. So this one, let's use this theme provider props, and I'm just going to import this next themes provider from this next theme. Okay, that one also we are going to rename to not conflict with our below component. So this one, this theme provider as next themes provider. So yep, and just all we have to do is pass in the props that we are sending for this, along with that the children, wrap children inside this. Okay, so we have the PostHog provider and a themes provider. So now what we will do, let's go to our layout, and in here in the body, so we will just use the providers that we have. So I'm just going to wrap everything inside this. So here the PostHog provider which I just created, and I'm just going to wrap every body inside this. And now inside this, let's have this theme provider. So I'm just going to set this by attribute as a class, and default theme, let's set this one to dark mode, and I'm just going to send this enable system, disable transition on change, and inside this let's wrap this children. Okay, so what is this issue? Okay, there's a problem. Okay, let me just try to rerun this again. Okay, looks like the issue is with respect to the providers which we just added. So I'm just going to check this. Here the error looks like we are trying to use some state variables inside a server components. So for that, what I'm going to do, so let me make this one also as client component, and I think yep, now we have the issue sorted. So we have this theme by default set it to dark, and if I just change this one the other thing, so we can just change this, but I'm just going to leave this as a dark. Okay, fine. So now what I wanted to do is, let's go to our main page, the page here. In here the grid parts now, so we need to focus on those parts. So the first thing that we will try to come up with is the nav bar. So basically we'll have the placeholder logo and the option to delete our conversations, like undo the conversations, and also the button to toggle our theme, and if the user is logged in, we'll show the details of the user. If not, the sign in button and all that stuff. So that we will try to create a component for that. So inside this component folder, let's create here this navbar.tsx as a component, and here first let's export this function as a navbar. And for now we will see what props needs to be passed here. So for now let's just have here the text inside this p tag as a navbar. Okay, and this one I'm just going to use this inside the main page component. So inside this div, let's just import this navbar component. Okay, so we have here this navbar in this top left section. So now let's try to focus on creating this component. Okay, so this one, what I wanted to do, let's first remove this fragment and be very semantic. So use this nav semantic element, and this styling we will do this. And inside this div, let's wrap this logo, placeholder logo, inside this link component, so that clicking on that will be always on the home page. So here this href, and this one I'll come back to this styling, and here I'm just going to use this refresh logo again. So styling for this, let's just go for width and height as 6, and text I'm going to make this as white. Okay, yep, so we have that visible on the screen. And after this I'm just going to have some text here, and let's apply this white space pre, and I'm going to give the title as like Code Capsules. Okay, fine. So we need this one in the same line, so let's make this one the flex and also the item center, and let's have some gap between them. Okay, so we have here, so don't worry, I'll just make this one as false, and we can see that one. So you wanted that one to be okay. Yeah, so this navbar, the component that we are building now, and also the main thing, let's have this width full, and also the flex, and background whatever we have for bg, and let's have some padding in the y direction. Yep. And also the div that we are trying to wrap in the logo, placeholder, and also the title, let's make this also flex and occupy the rest of the space, and let's just center the items. Fine. So after this, what I wanted to have, like I said, the buttons. So here let's wrap this inside the tooltip provider, so that on hovering on those buttons we'll just try to indicate what do they do. Okay, so for that I'm just going to add in the tooltip component. Okay, so tooltip is added. So inside this, let's just use this tooltip provider, and here I'm just going to again import this tooltip. Delay duration, let's just set 0, and inside this the triggering point, which is the button, so which is a child component, and inside this again I'm just going to add in the button component. Okay, So let's add this button component. So basically the reusable components which we need, we are going to use them. And inside this, let's have this button, and the variant, let's go for ghost, and size to icon. On click, we don't have any function as of now, and also disabled, this also we don't have anything, so I'm just going to leave that as a placeholder. So this is the callback, and also disabled, I'm just going to set this one to false. Okay, and inside this, now let me add this undo icon from Lucid React, and height and width, let's say 4, and medium, I'm just going to have this height 5, and width also set of 5. Okay, yeah, so this is the icon. So on hovering the tooltip, now I need to add in the content for that, so that we can see what is that tooltip saying. So just below this trigger, let me add in this tooltip content. I'm just going to say this as the undo. Okay, yep. So on hovering, we have this undo text. Fine, so let me just minimize this one, and we'll add in the other few more options that I want, and also this. So let me just copy whatever I have here, and below this, let's make the other icon, so the delete option. So instead of this undo, let me add in this trash icon, and also the text should be like clearing the chart. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in this, so clear chart. Okay, and we will try to add in the other options, the now for toggling the theme. So it's going to be very simple. So here on click, what I will be using is, instead of this, so let's use this toggling the theme. So for that, what I will do, let's try to pass in the props for this, or else we can use the use theme hook from the next themes. Okay, so let's do this. So here I'm just going to use this theme component, and from here let me just destructure the theme, or not themes, and then the callback function to update the theme. So now I can use this to toggle the themes based upon the user's selection. So here set theme, so if this theme is dark, we are going to set this one to light, else let's set this theme as a dark. Okay, and instead of this undo icon now, so based upon that value, we will just try to show the different icon like sun icon and moon icon. So if this theme is light, I'm going to show the sun icon. Okay, so here let's have this height and width set to 4, and same this medium height, it's going to be just the height of these icons. And if it's the other dark, so we will show this moon icon. Height 4, width also 4. If it's a medium, we'll just increase height by 1, same the width by 1. Okay, this should be width. Yep. So yeah, and also now the content of this should change to toggle theme. Okay, yep. So now if I try to toggle this, yep, so we're able to change the theme. Okay, so this one, the logo, we can change this one to this one only if theme is dark. Okay, fine. I think now yes, yeah, fine. So we added the options to undo, delete, and toggle the theme. After this, so based upon a session, if the user has opted, like we did try to enable authentication for our application, so we'll pass in optional session prop to our this component. Based upon that, if session is defined, so we will show the avatar component along with this the username of that user and the text like it's my account or something like that. Okay, if not, we will just show the button like sign in and all that thing. Okay, so for even before going that, let's see what props we need for this component. So like I just mentioned, we need a session. So and also the should we show login or not, because only if we enable authentication, only then we need to show. And then option to sign out, or then the callback functions to clear the chart of our conversation, and also the undo the conversation that user has had. So that thing we need to add in as a props for this component, the session. So here this one is going to be of type a session from this Supabase SDK, or it can be null as well. Okay, and then should I show the login or not, again this is going to be a callback function. And on sign out, so we are going to sign out the user from this application. On clear, this is also going to be a callback function. And then can the user clear? Okay, so this is the boolean variable. Only if there is something, only then user can clear. If there is nothing, so we need to disable that option. And also we'll add in the additional optional prop like social icons like GitHub, X, the other platforms like LinkedIn, Discord, and other stuff. So I'm just going to add in this as a placeholder, so we can just remove this if it is not needed. So here I'm just going to add in like GitHub, X, or the Discord and other things. So for now I'm just leaving this as this three options. And then the on undo callback function to execute that operation, and also the same for this thing also, the can undo boolean thing. Okay, so these are the props that will be passing on to this navbar component. So let's just get those values into our component. Okay, on clear, on social click, on undo can undo. Okay, fine. And also this can clear. Fine. So now this values where I'll be using. So now wherever we just try to add a placeholder for this. So instead of this one, this is the undo. So I'm just going to pass on this on undo callback function, and disable this will be just whatever the toggle values of this can undo. Okay, and now for this trash, so the clear on clear callback function which we have. So I'm just going to pass in here this on clear, and this also the toggle value of the can clear. Okay, so and here we already set the theme, and then we are trying to toggle the theme. And the other section now I said, so the below this, based upon this session, if we have this session, so I'm going to show the user's avatar details and all. If not, I'm just going to show some button saying that sign in or something like that. Okay, so here let's try to use again the drop down component. Okay, so drop down component, so I'm just going to, it should be drop down menu. Okay, so the drop down menu component, I'm going to wrap that inside this drop down menu, and inside this let's have this tooltip provider, and inside this as usual the tooltip, this let's just pass in this values whichever we had, and inside this the tooltip trigger point. So this one, it's going to be the avatar icon of the user. If he has logged in, that will be the triggering point. So this we will try to wrap inside this drop down menu trigger. As child, single child component, and again I need to install this avatar component. So I'm just going to add in this avatar component also, and so that we'll have this avatar component with fallback image. Width and height, I'm going to set this one to 8. Okay, and as of now we are seeing that issue because we are not passing any props to the navbar component, but we added here. Okay, in a while I'll just make that change in our main component, no need to worry about that. So here, this source, what is the source value that we are going to provide for this avatar image component? So for this, the source, what I'm going to do is take this session.user or metadata and check if the user has this avatar URL. Okay, if not, let's just have this avatars of the user. So what I'm going to do, let's this avatar.vercel.sh, okay, and provide in this username. Yep, okay, so this is what the source of this is going to be. And now this alt or text, I'm just going to pass in this user email. Okay, fine. Yeah, so this is the avatar image, that's how we are trying to wrap in. And after this trigger, let me add in some text here, the tooltip content. Maybe I can just add in this as my account. Okay, maybe I'll just remove this brackets. So this is the content of that. Okay, and after this the menu content, drop down menu content, for now I'll just add in some label like the user email, like my account and all that stuff, but that's completely optional, so it's left to us if you wanted to add or not. I'll just add that in a while. So maybe this part, let's showcase here this button variant. I'm going to go for default variant. On click, let's try to show the login, the dialog component, and the text of this, it's going to be sign in, and I'm just going to add in this arrow for this, the arrow right icon, some margin left so that there's space between the text and the icon, the item width. Okay, fine. So now there's a lot of here for this nav bar. So this is the button which we were talking. Okay, that's fine. So for this nav bar, I need to pass in a props, which was the session, show login, sign out, on social click, on clear, and all that stuff. So the session thing, what I'm going to do, let's try to create one the reusable hook kind of. We will try to maintain the session of the user in that hook, and I'm going to just export that session from that hook, and we can make use of that inside this component. So let me create that component inside this the Auth file. Okay, something like use Auth. Let me just create that now. I'm just going to export a function. Let's name that as the use Auth, and for this we'll pass in two callback functions. One is to update the auth dialog and whether to showcase it or not, and other is the view of that auth. Is it a sign in view or sign up view, forgot password, and all those types which we have above. So here set auth dialog. This is going to receive a boolean value, and we are going to return void type, and set auth view. Here we are going to receive the value of type auth view type, and this is again going to be thing. Okay, fine. So here it's the fine. So inside this I'm going to maintain a state variable for a session, so that if user tries to log in using this authentication, then we need to keep track of the session of the user. So so that if he is logged in, we'll make use of the session that he has already logged in. Okay, so let me create here this session, set session. So this is going to be of type session from this Supabase again, or it can be of type null. Okay, fine. So yep, so this one let's try to handle inside this use effect hook. If we doesn't have Supabase enabled, then I can just console just for my purposes, saying that Supabase is not initialized. Okay, else sorry, and also I'm just going to return here setting the session with the user as email. I'm just going to write in your demo @ code capsule.com. okay, and here let's just typecast this as the session. Okay, yep, that's what we are going to do, and let me just minimize this part. Yep, okay, fine. And so if that's not the case, so let me use the auth and try to get this session of the user, and in the callback function I'm going to try to collect the data, destructure the session, and inside this now I'm just going to update the session with whatever the session I did collect in the callback function. And if we have this session, then I'm going to log this event inside the PostHog. We have created the PostHog. Okay, and then I mean the sign in event. So this is what I'm going to do. PostHog. So let me just create one variable for that. We'll make use of the use PostHog hook of use. Yep, so this is the hook that we will use, and in here I'm going to just call this identify function, and pass on the identifier is going to be the user ID session.user.id, and here I'm just going to pass on this email, and then the Supabase ID, which is going to be session.user.id. okay, and I'm just going to capture here the sign in event. Okay, yep. And also I wanted to yeah, I think for now that's the thing. And also let's say that so we wanted to handle all of these things, like whether if the event is signed out and signed in, if the user is updated and all that stuff. So let's try to handle that now. So below this, what I'm going to do is let me get this data and the subscription. So I'm just going to supabase.auth on auth state change. Here we will receive the event, the session, and inside this let me first update our session variable. After this, so I'm just going to close this. Okay, why is this? Let's yep. So here now, if this event is equals to a password recovery, then I'm going to maintain one global variable for recovery. So let's say this recovery is false. So this is basically if you're trying to log in using email, can be avoided if you're trying to use mostly the providers and all, but I'm just adding this here. Okay, so and so here this recovery, I'm just going to set this to true, and set auth view, I'm going to update password, so that we will show the update password view, and also the dialog should be shown. So this also we are going to send the true value back to the parent component. That's for this. And now if this event is user updated, and also this recovery is true, then what we will do is we'll just set back this recovery back to false. That's for user updated. And now if event is equals to signed in, and this it's not recovery, then what we will do is we are going to hide this on dialog. So we need to send the false value back to parent, and also this PostHog, I'm going to capture the sign in event. Okay, so here the same thing, whatever we have here, I can just take this. Okay, so this, yep, so sign in, and I'm just going to provide in here. Okay, that is the thing. And finally, if this event is signed out, I'm going to set this auth view or to sign in, and also the PostHog, I'm just going to capture the sign out event, and also I'm just going to reset this object. Okay, so that's how we are going to handle this. And in the on unmounting, so what we are going to do, so I'm just going to unsubscribe from this on auth state change. Okay, and also here this is going to happen on mounting of this component, and we are going to return the session. Okay, and yeah, and that's what will be returning from this component. Okay, yep. Okay, and also so there is an issue here. This should be double ampersand. Yep. Okay, so now we have this use auth hook. So this one I'm just going to use inside our the main component. So here let's use this use auth component, and we will be passing here the set auth dialog and set auth view as the params for this thing, and I'm just going to get the session. Okay, so here now we'll have to pass in this session to this navbar. So this session, I'm going to attach the session whichever I have just got that, and show login. So here set auth dialog, I'm just going to show that the auth dialog, and on sign out we'll have to have a way to log out. So for that I'm just going to create a simple function here. So let's name this as the logout function. Okay, and in this it's going to be straightforward. So I'm just going to use this Supabase client. So if we have this, so supabase.auth the sign out, it's what we will be doing. Else I'm just going to console some error message for myself that Supabase is not initialized. Okay, so that is the thing, and this is going to be the function that I'm going to pass in when the user tries to click on this sign out. And also on clear, also I need to clear the chat whatever the user is trying to enter and all those things. For that what we will do, let's try to maintain so for this we need to keep track of all of this state. So what I'm going to do is, let's try to have the state variables to capture the user input that is entering and all that things, which we will come, but let's have the chart component also, the thing that we were discussing just below this navbar, so that I can show that in the UI. Okay, so here below this navbar I'm going to create a chart component. So for that, inside this, let's create a simple chart component that we are going to showcase in the UI part. Okay, so quickly I'm just going to create this function called chart, and for this we should be passing on the messages array. So this is going to be of type message, so kind of like what is its role. So based upon the assistant or user, we should try to show the difference and also the content of that, and the result and all those things. So again, to maintain a types for messages alone, I'm going to create here this new file called messages. Okay, so in here let's create a type for message text. So I'm just naming this as a message text, and this one, the type, it's going to be a text, and also the text, it's going to be of type string. Okay, and now the message type, if it's the code, so here we are going to be very specific, and I'm just going to, okay, it's a type, not an interface. Okay, so here this type, it's going to be a code, and the text I'm going to again it's going to be of type string, and also the one more message type, which is the message image type. So here this type image and text, so here this, it's going to be image, which is of type string. Okay, so and finally the message type, where we will create a type for that. Role, it's going to be of two type, one is the assistant or of the user. Okay, and then content, it can be array of the above types which we just created. It can be a message text, or it can be message code, or the message image. Okay, so that's the content. And also now the object and result, for that let's I'm going to use the AI SDK of Vercel. So let me just install this AI and also the SDK of Vercel AI, so that I will do it. So, and also the execution result. So basically for this what we will do is, this would be of type the interpreter, I mean the kind of like web result that will be showcasing on the UI. So for this now I'm just going to keep a placeholder for them. So maybe we'll add in this message after a while. Okay, so this is going to be simple message type. Okay, so now we have this the type of the message, and going to the chat component, I will worry about the props that I'll be passing on to this later. First let's have this the component figured out, I mean the actual data that we wanted to pass to this data. We will do this in a while. Okay, so the UI piece, so in here let's this actually whatever the conversation, the list of the messages that the user is going to have, and all those things we will be rendering in this component. Okay, so like yeah, that's the simple one. So for now I'm just going to have this as the chat messages. Okay, so this is like chat component, and going in here, so below this we will just import the chat component which we just created. Okay, so this, yeah, this is the chat messages component. Fine, and after this below this we should have a the chat input component, where we will be able to type in a message and send it to it. And also that's the component where we will select the type of the developer that he wants to converse with. Along with that, the selection of the models and other filters that we wanted to add in this component. So it's going to be a bit trickier, this chat input component. So for that also let's try to create a simple chat input component in here. So I'm going to name this as chat input.tsx, and this is going to be a bigger component, because we need to wrap the other components which I just talked about. So for this, what I'm going to send a props is going to be, let's export this function chat input, and this is going to receive a lot of prompts. One is if did we receive any error while we were trying to send the user message to the service calls. So this one I'm just going to send this as a props for this, and also the retry option, the function to retry if you wanted to see the better results and all, and also the whenever we are loading, so that prop should be sent to this, so which is going to be of type boolean, and the function to stop in case we doesn't want it to keep generating, so that is this thing, and the input that the user is typing, and then the callback function to capture the changes that the user is typing in that input. So this is going to be of type change event of this HTML text area element. Okay, and then the handle submit function, where on submitting we need to make a call and get the result. So this is going to be of type form event HTML form element, and this is also, it's going to be a callback function. Fine, so that's the handle submit. After this the files that we wanted to collect from the user input, so that one, and also this is going to be array of the files, and the function to handle the file changes. So again this is going to be a file array, and the callback function to update that value. And then the other children which I was talking about, the components, we are going to create that as a separate reusable components rather than having all of that code inside this. Okay, fine. And also one more thing, just to is multi-modal or not, so I'm just going to have that as a prop here. Okay, so these are the props that will be sending to this chart input component. So I can just quickly make use of those props inside this component. Is loading, stop, handle input change, and handle file change, handle input change, handle submit, files, is multimodal, children. Okay, fine. So now the props that we want we have in place. After this, so inside this, let's not worry about handling all the logic, the file preview, handling removing of all the files and all that stuff. I'll just have a the div, so which is wrapped inside this form component. Okay, so this one I'm going to wrap inside this form component, and inside this if the error is not defined, so if we have some error, I'm going to showcase the message. So some simple message saying that an unexpected error has occurred, please try again something later. Okay, so I'm just going to show a message of this thing. Okay, so this is when we'll be showcasing when we have so this one. Okay, fine. So let's just try to use this one inside this component, and then we can try to chart input. Okay, and we need to pass a lot of props. Okay, that's why we are still seeing this issue. That's fine. So inside this, let's try to create the state variables that we wanted to pass to this component, so that at least we'll not see these issues. So the things that we wanted to create, one is to capture this chart input, the set chart input. Here I'm going to use a local storage so that I don't have to forget the values that the user is typing. So here I'm just going to use the hooks ds dependency. So let's use this. Okay, fine. And here let me just use this one, this use local storage. From this use hooks ts, so I'm just going to use this local storage, and here I'm going to, so let me just minimize this terminal. Let's set the chart as the key and the value for that as the empty string. Okay, and then the state variable to collect the files input. So this is going to be of type file, and initially let's set this empty array, and also the template selection. So basically that template is nothing but the kind of the developer. Is it the NextJS developer, Gradio developer, Python or Auto, and all those things. So by default I'm going to set that value as auto. Okay, so that name, so this, let's have this as the selected template. So the function to update that template value. So by default let's have this auto. Okay, or else so for now I'm just going to set this as auto. The other IDs I'm just going to add in a while. So we did set, okay, this type I'm going to, for now just keep this as a auto. Later I'll add in the other IDs of the templates that we'll be preparing. Okay, and now this the language model selection will be providing a lot of options to select the model. So this is the state variable which will keep track of the model that the user has selected. So again here also I'm just going to use this local storage, and here we need to prepare the list of the models that we'll be providing for the end users. So that I'm going to do in a while. So that also, so this one let's just name as language model, and this is going to be a string. So here I'm just going to have here as GBD40 mini. Okay, for now I'm just setting this one, later we'll change this. Okay, yeah, I think at least now I think we have something to pass on to our the chart input component, so that we don't see the issues here. Is loading, I need to create that as well. So I'm just going to for now set send the false value, and input let's just set the chart input, handle the input change. I'm going to for now let's just pass in the empty callback functions and also the handle submit also. So I'm just going to have in here this thing and handle file change everything. Let's just keep this placeholder and then the files. So I'm just going to add this, okay, and on the error here also let me just pass in the undefined retry. Okay, so this is also I'm just going to pass in the placeholder. Okay, is multi-model. I'm just going to set this to false, and the stop callback function, this also I'm just going to set this to think. Still, what else are we missing? Children. Okay, so here the children that I'm going to add in is children components for now. Okay, yeah, I think now we can go and work on the visible parts of this chart input component, and then we'll handle the actual functionalities one by one. Okay, so in this chart input thing, obvious thing that we need is text area. Of that I'm going to use the text area auto size dependency, so that we can have the text area which adjusts the auto size automatically and all that stuff. So React text area auto size. Okay, so this is the thing, and now inside this form I'm going to have a div, and inside that div let's whatever the children that we are going to receive we'll be rendering inside this div. Afterwards we will have the actual the text area component, so which is this. I need to import that one from the dependency which we just installed, React text area auto size. Import text area auto size from this React text area auto size library. Okay, so now I can use this one component, and I can just pass in the props that I wanted to, like so this is the text area component. Okay, styling will handle that. So autofocus, let's set this one to true, and minimum rows I want it to be 1, and max rows we can go up to 5, and the whether is it required or not, yes, we need the input, so I'm just going to make this as a true. Okay, and placeholder value, or like let's say I'm just going to say describe your app imagination, something like this. Okay, yeah, that's the placeholder, and also the value we are going to store inside this the input. So for this I should, yep, the input. So this is where we will be storing the whatever the user is going to enter, and also now the on change we will just use this handle input change component. Okay, so yeah, this is the text area that we wanted to. So if I type in, I'm not saying anything. Okay, that's okay. Now coming down to this styling, let's make this text as the normal, and also the padding in the x direction 3. and also this resize, let's add the none, and also I don't want any ring, so ring is going to be 0. Background, let's inherit whatever we have for the parent. Width, let's have this as a full width. Okay, so this is the thing, and as of now we don't have any, I don't know, yeah, this handle input change I guess should be passed. We are not seeing that value, that's fine. And margin 0, and also I don't want any outline, so that means we want outline to be none. Okay, yep, so even on focus outline is none. Now the styling is not good, so what I will do, let's first, for the form that we have, this should be style, so let's have some margin bottom, and also make this display as a flex, and the direction to be a column, and let's have margin top auto and bg background. Okay, fine. Into the div where we're trying to wrap in the children and also the text area auto size component, I'm going to have some shadow effect. Okay, as of now we're not seeing, yeah, yep, and also the rounded, let's have some border. Yep. Okay, so this is the thing. Here the children component should come, so now border is added, we have some rounded, and also I'm trying to have some shadow. Yep, and also this one, the children, let's make this as a flex, and also the item center. As of now we just passed in the single the header tag with text children components. When we pass in actual component, they will be aligned in a flex row. Okay, so I'm just let's worry about the gapping between all of those components later. So even before here, going to this parent component, the actual the component that we have here, the div that we wrapped here, first we need to style this one. So looking at this, what I want is this to be flex. Okay, so now at least it is at the bottom section, and also this one, the direction, it's not the row, it should be a column. Okay, yep, and this is in this first column that we have, and also the width, I want it to be full, the full width that I want it to occupy. Max width, let's restrict it to, let's say 800 pixel, and also in the x direction I'm going to have the equal margin, and then these padding in the x direction, let's say 4, so that there is some space between the left part of the screen. And also let's overflow, make it as auto. And the other thing, so that I wanted to control these column spans of this, we are going to have the code block variable that I'm going to keep track of. So if we have that code block, then I'm going to have only just one call span, else two things. Okay, by default, let's for now set this to this 2 columns. So what I'm trying to say is basically if there is a code block that is generated, that we need to showcase in the right part of the screen. So in that case we will make this column span as 1, and so that we'll have the other side as the code block. So by default I'll be assigning this as true. Later when we create a the state variable for that, we will change this. Okay, so yeah, now at least we have this thing in here, the navbar and all. Yeah, even this one, the button and all, it's looking weird, so we need to style the div which we wrapped all of this the components. So here what I'm going to make, let's make this flex and also item center, so that button doesn't look like it's a big one. Okay, the gap also I'm just going to have some gap, and if it's a medium, let's have a gap of 4. So at least now it's looking better. Yep. Yeah, so that's just some styling in the navbar. Now we should continue a lot of things in this chart input component, and also children components of this, it's still pending, but at least we're getting the UI in shape. This chart messages, I'll work on that. Okay, we'll work on in a while. Okay, so the chart input, what else we need is the file input that we need to have at the left bottom left section of the text area. So how do we create that is, let's go to this chart input component. After this text area component, I'm just going to create one div, and here one input, and this one it's going to be of type file, and this one, so I have in here this one, and also let's assign some ID for this as this multi-model. Okay, and also the accept, we only restrict to accept the image, like kind of screenshot of the visualization that the user wanted to input, and multiple, so we will take the multiple images, not just one, will allow. Okay, and class name, I'm just going to hide this one, and on change we need to handle this file input that we are receiving. So for now I'm just going to have this placeholder. Okay, so here what we will do is, so we hidden this thing, but we need to somehow provide for the user to show that there is a file input. So what we will do here below this, I'm just going to create a div where we will have a button kind of a thing with a paper clip icon from Lucid React, so that it is like, you know, better in terms of visibility. Okay, so this I will try to wrap inside the tooltip provider, like on hovering I'm just going to showcase the text like add attachments and all. So this one, tooltip provider, and I'm just going to add in this everything inside this tooltip. Now the trigger point, which is going to be the button, just this single child. Okay, so here I'm just going to import this button, and this would be disabled if it's not multi-modal. Okay, that's the prop that we added for this component. Maybe now it might be clear. And this type, we are going to set this one to be a button type, and here the variant, let's yeah, now we have this button. The variant, I'm going to make this as an outline. Okay, yep, and the size of want it to be of icon size. Styling, let's have this rounded extra large, and also height I'm going to set it to 10, and also width also I'm just setting it to 10. So this is the button right hand side. Okay, And on click, what are we supposed to do is let's first prevent the default event, and here I'm just going to get the element by ID. So it's always better to use the useref hook, but I'm just doing it this way. Click. Okay, fine. I'm just the ID which we tried to hide it, so I'm just triggering a click event on this element. Okay, so that's the thing. And now here let's have this the paperclip icon, and for this I'm just going to have item width set it to 5. Okay, yeah, so now at least it's looking better, like kind of attachment and all. Yeah, we'll style this, don't worry about that. And after this trigger, I'm just going to add in the tooltip content, which is going to be add attachments. Okay, so now on hovering we should see the content of attachments. Okay, I'm not seeing that. Okay, let's now the styling here, let's make this as a flex, and also the items I'm just going to center them, and let's have this flex 1 and a gap of 2. Okay, so why is it I'm not seeing this content? The input. Okay, fine. So I'm just making this also as a flex and some padding 3. Okay, and then some gap of 2, and let's just center these items. Okay, so fine. I think I just need to refresh and then we'll be able to see this. Okay, I'm still not able to. So the tooltip trigger. Okay, that's fine. So I'll just figure out what's the issue. And after this div, so and also here we need to showcase the file preview if there is any files uploaded, and also now here we should have a button to send a message, and also the if it's not loading. If it's loading, we should have a button kind of which says stop generation and all that stuff. So for that I can just take out whatever we have, okay, this tooltip provider, whatever we used here, I'm just going to copy this one and we'll use even here. Okay, so that is if it's not loading. So this is what I'm just going to copy paste both of the things here, given here. Okay, yeah, we have in here, so I just need to tweak that. So if it's not loading, and here it should be the button, but it's not so I'm just going to remove here this disabled thing, and also this type, it's going to be of type submit, not a button. And a variant, let's change this one to default. Size, it's going to be of icon, that's fine. And also on click and all everything, I'm just going to remove this because on submit in the form we are going to handle that. Yep, and also instead of this paperclip, I'm just going to change this one to arrow up icon. Yep, so that's the thing. And also the text thing, I'm just going to change this text to send message. Why is this? Yeah, this is working, but this is not working. Why? What mistake did I commit? Okay, I'll check this. I think there's an issue with that, but this icon we're able to see. And now if it's loading, then we should show this one. And here variant, I'm just going to change this one to secondary, and also this the type and disabled, I'm just going to remove this. And also on click, we need to stop this one, so which we have this stop function, so I need to call this function. And also here the square icon that I'll be showcasing. Okay, and here the tooltip text should be stop generation. Yep, so yeah, this is the button sections. And also now I'm just going to add some small text at the bottom here. Let's say this code capsule is code blocker generation and live UI preview. Okay, and this one, let me just make this text as very small, extra small. And also text, let's just mute the foreground, and also let's have some margin top. And text, I'm going to center it. Yep, okay, yeah, at least now it's looking good. But except that children components, we just pass the text, we will take care of that. And also the input, it's not changing because we should pass the actual value and the callback function, because all were placeholders. That's fine. So I think this is at least decent component we have for chat input. Now the children's that we wanted to pass on inside this chat input, let's focus one by one. Let's say that I wanted to first have the chat settings, that is let's have the picker, like model picker, and also the templates picker. So for that, let's create a simple, again inside this components folder, a chat picker component. Okay, so here I'm just going to export this function called this chat picker. Again, for this we should pass in the list of the models that we wanted to show, and also the templates, the kind of agents that it's expert at, and all those things. So for that we need to create a lot of types, and also default list, and all we need to prepare, which we will do that. Okay, so here this is this component. Let's just return some div. Okay, okay, I did a mistake here, so it should be inside this one. Yep, so now going here, I can just add in this chat picker component. Okay, yeah, we don't have anything inside that. Okay, that's fine. So at least now let's try to create the list of the models that we wanted to showcase to the end users. So that one, what I'm going to do, let me just prepare a JSON so that we can use that list of the models that we wanted to, and also it will be easier for us to add a new model. So to have a JSON, the correct folder would be the library folder, and inside this I'm just going to create in here this models.json. For now I'm just restricting it to a single model. We'll just have a one model example, and then later I'll just add in all the list. Okay, so this is the thing. So here the thing that we will be setting the property and a value here is the ID. So this would be nothing but the ID of the model. So I'm just going to add in O1, the provider, so the actual provider, so in this case it will be OpenAI, and then the provider ID. So this is going to be a small case of the above value, and then this name that will be showcasing to the user. So O1 preview. Okay, and is multi-model. Yes, it is. So I'm just going to set this one to true. Okay, assume like this is a list now. So we have this list. So what I'm going to do, use this JSON and try to import this into our page. Okay, so here I'm just going to import this as a models list from library / models.json. Okay, so I have these models, and for now let's just add in the models as a prop for our chart picker component. So going to this chart picker component, so this one, the models, it's going to be of type. So it's better if I just create a type for this. So for that I'm just going to create in here this new file called models.ts, and inside this let's just create the TypeScript definition for that, LLM model, which we just set this ID, this name which is all of the string, and then the provider again which is of type string, and then provider ID string. Okay, fine. And here this is going to be of LLM model array, and I'm just destructuring those models. Okay, assume now we are passing, so going to this page component, so let's just pass in the model. So this is going to be model list dot models that will be passing on for this component. So now let's go inside this. Let's try to iterate the list of the models that will be receiving for this component and see if we can showcase. Okay, so inside this div I'm going to have one div for template selection which I'm yet to pass, and the other div for the models that we will be passing. Okay, so here let's use this select component. So I'm just going to add in here this select component from this chatcn. Okay, and then let's use this select component whatever, and also this name I'm just going to set this one as the language model. The default value, let's set this one to I will just set this to empty string for now, and on value change also let's not do anything for now. Okay, yep. And here the triggering point, it's going to be the placeholder, so I'm just going to have a placeholder of select value kind language model. Okay, so let's use this select value, and the placeholder I'm just going to set the message as this language model. Okay, yep, so we are seeing now, so it's the language model and we don't have anything to show. Okay, that's fine. So now below this trigger, we will wrap the list of the models inside this select content thing. So here I'm just going to iterate through the model. So we will be having multiple providers, so we'll group that by provider and then showcase it to the user. Okay, which as of now we just have only one model, one provider, so you will not see the difference. Once we see this in the UI, and then we'll go ahead to the list and add those values. Okay, so here let's try to group by this models the provider. So I'm just going to group this by provider, and once I have that, I'm just going to iterate through those list of the providers, get this provider and the models that are available in that providers list. So here now we need to wrap this inside this select group key. I'm just going to set this to a provider. Okay, and here let's have this label, which is going to be the name of the provider. Like in this case it will be OpenAI that we have. Okay, yeah, this is what, so it's open, so we have this provider name, and after this label we should have the list of the models that the provider is providing. So that we have in this models list, and I'm just going to iterate this and try to get the each model object and showcase as individual select item. Yep, and this one, so let's pass in the key as a model ID, and the value also I'll be passing in here this model ID. And here I'm just going to add in a div with the logos of them, along with that the name. So for now I'm just going to add in the text logos. I'll just add in a while, so fine. Okay, so if I just open this, okay, so we have this provider and the model that the provider is providing. Okay, fine. The styling wise and all will take care, that's not an issue. Okay, at the triggering point, whatever we have here, let's, and also this one div, let's make this as a flex and the direction as a column. Okay, and now the triggering point which we are seeing currently, white space, let's apply no wrap, and also I don't want any border, so let's just make this border as none, so that now we don't see any border. And also on focus I don't want any ring effect, so focus, let's set this ring to 0. So even now on focusing I don't have any border, but there's a shadow, so shadow also I'm just going to set this to none. Okay, and also let's have some padding, none in the x direction and also in the y direction also, and also height I'm going to set it to 6. Text, let's make this one to be extra small. Okay, yeah, it's not that great, but better. Okay, yep. And also now if I make this also as a flex and also the items as center and the space too. So now it's looking at least better. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So which we will so if I add in the same div even here in place of this empty div, this is how it's going to look. Okay, that list we are going to update, and also the styling of this chart picker should be changed. So for that to happen, styling, I'll just come back to that. Okay, fine. So now we have this the selector in place. All I need to do is add in the additional models and also the templates for the selection, and there's a lot of correction. I agree to the styling and all, which we will do it. So let's go ahead and add in the list of the additional all of the models, and then we'll move on to template part. OpenAI models list, I'm going to add in the additional models. So I'm just going to add the mini model and also O1 models and all that thing. So let me just grab those lists. So this is the list that I will be adding. So I've just added here O1 mini model and also 4O mini and turbo model. Okay, this list you can just take it from the description link. Okay, fine. And now let's just see. Yep, and also the styling concern. So where is this chart component, chart input, in the place where we are trying to add in this children's? So let me just add in some padding in the X direction. Yep, and also in the Y direction let me have some. Yep, now at least they are looking good, and gap of 1. Fine. Yep, so even if I just change the theme, I think they should be. So once I add these images, they'll be looking good enough. Fine. And the other models, so the other models which I will try to add in is the Gemini models, and also the first let's add in this Gemini models, and let's see about the other providers. Okay, so like Anthropic providers and all those things. So this one, let me add in the models for the Gemini thing. So this Gemini 1.5 Pro and also Flash models. Okay, so that's the thing. Yep, so we have in here, and then I'm going to add in this Mistral provider models. So there we have the Mistral Nemo, Mistral Small, and also the Mistral Large models. So those are also the list that we are going to add in here. And after this I'll add the Grok, where we have this Llama models. So let's just add in this provider. So I'm just going to show you where to get all of this credentials and all this in a while, and also the fireworks. So I'm just adding in this fireworks. Okay, and also the together AI's Llama models, and then Llama models and other things. I'm just going to provide all of those lists, so you can just use whichever works better. Okay, so yep, and also the Anthropic. So let me just add the Claude model also. So I'm just adding in this Claude model. Okay, fine. So we added we were just with O1 preview, so added O1 mini, GPT-4o, GPT-4o mini, GPT-4 turbo, Gemini Pro models, Flash models, and Mistral large models, small Nemo models, and Grok provider, and also the Fireworks, and together AI, and Olama, and also the Anthropic. Okay, so now this is the list so that we have in here. The images part. So what I'm going to do, let's try to add in the images. So for that, what I'm going to do, inside our public folder, let me just create a public folder here, and I'm just going to so these are all like third party, so let's just create a folder for that, third party. And also I'm just going to have two folders, one for logos, one for templates. Okay, this is about the logos now, and here I'm just going to add in the logos of Anthropic, Google, Grok, Fireworks, Mistral, Olama, OpenAI, and together AI, and all those things. So let me just add in those logos here, and these all I'll be just attaching in the description and the link in the GitHub section, so you can refer from there. Okay, so now we have this one. So the component where we were trying to show the speakers for the here in the div where I just mentioned the name, now I'll just provide in the logo as well. So here what I'm going to do inside this image, let's use this next image, and here okay, I need to import this. So let me just import this from this next image. Okay, fine. And also just let me just minimize this part. So we have in here the image component imported, and let's just make this as a flex, and the source. Now the folder that we added was this third party, and we have this logos thing, and also the name, it's going to be matching with the provider ID, and I'm just going to attach in here the SVG. Okay, and we are receiving that because we are missing width and height property. So let me just set width as 14 and height as 14, and also the alt, let's just add in this model.provider as the value. Okay, so now we should be seeing them. Yeah, now I wanted to make this as a flex. Okay, so let's just make this as a flex, and also I'm just going to center these items, and let's have some space in the x direction too. So now if we just have a look, yep, so they're looking good. And this yep, and also for the main div, yep. So we have in here this div, yep. Fine. So we added in the list of the models that we wanted to provide an option for the user to select, and also the logos for each of them. Now we have this, and I need to add in the templates list. Okay, same way like we have the list for our the models in the library folder, I'm just going to create the list for templates. Okay, so for now I'll just showcase how to create the templates after a while, but we'll have the here dummy placeholders for the templates. So here I'm just going to create in here this templates dot JSON. Okay, and here let's just first add only two templates, one for Next.js developer and then the Gradio developer, and okay, later we can add the Python developer and all those things. So here inside this, let's say this is going to be the key, the value, and inside this the name. So this is going to say what we are going to show on the UI. So I'm just going to add in this as the Next.js developer, and this libraries that we need to install, so you'll understand what is this. Okay, for now I'm just leaving this as the empty list, and the file, this, what does this signify and why do we need this, I'm going to explain just in a while, and then it makes sense. Okay, so the pages index.tsx, then the instructions. So I'm just going to add in here next.js 14 app that reloads automatically. Okay, fine. For now, let's say we wanted to go with apps router or pages router, that's fine. Okay, so I can add this instruction later, and then this port is 3000. Okay, now assume like this is just the one template that we have, and I need to use these templates in our the chart picker component in place of the duplicate models list that we had. So what we are going to do, let's go to this chart picker. So I added in here this image and all, so let me just copy this, and I'm going to replace the below div with this, and we will then tweak this. Okay, so now instead of this the language model, so this one, let's change this to template. Okay, so that it makes sense, I can change this one to a template, and these placeholders will come back to that. And also here, instead of this language model, I'm just going to give the placeholder as selector persona, and that's what we have. And also the list here, viewer, the list here, instead of this models, I need to add in the templates. For that, I need to add in a prop for this, like we just did for a models. So let's add in here the templates. Okay, so I'm just going to add in this templates, and again let me just define the types for this, like we did for models inside our library. So I'm just going to create in here this templates.ts, and here let's just import this templates from the file that we just created, this templates.json, and I'm just going to export the templates from this, and we'll have this type also. This templates would be nothing but this key of type of templates. Okay, so I have this templates, and also I'll just create the type which I need. So for the ID, so this template ID, which is again going to be key of this templates of this template ID. So yep, okay, fine. and then the config for that also I'm just going to have template config. Here it's going to be this templates of this template ID. Okay, fine. Yeah, now let's go here and I can just import the definition of the templates that we just created. So here I'm just going to import that these templates and add this one. Okay, yep. Now we have these templates and also the place where we were consuming this chart picker. We need to add this one. So for this, what I'm going to do, inside this place, where is the children? Here in the main page, the component that we have here, and I'm going to add in this templates. So we have this templates here. I'm just going to attach in this templates, and that we are receiving the error. That's because okay, the issue is with the way that we exported, but I think the templates.json, this is clear, and the templates.ts, whatever we had, we have these templates. Okay, so going to this chart picker, I did import in here this templates, but still there is an issue. Yeah, that's fine. So I'll just go to this component and we will worry about this type issue later. So now we have this templates that is being passed. So all I have to do is use that templates and try to iterate and showcase that in our UI. So it's simple. Instead of here in the select content, whatever we have, I'm just going to remove all of this, and here let's have this the wrapped inside this select group, and the label I'm going to have is this persona, and also the side I want it to be at the top, not the bottom. Okay, so if I just select this one, yep, we have this persona, and now the item. So let's have this item, and value I'm just going to set this one to auto, and inside this I'm just going to wrap this sparkles icon inside this div, making this as a flex and item center, and let's have this space in the X direction too. So here I'm just going to add in this sparkles icon and make this one the text color as this like kind of gray color. Okay, and width I'm just going to pass in this 14, and also the height I'm just going to pass in this 14. Okay, so if you just see this, yeah, this is the thing, and below this I'm just going to add in this text, kind of the auto text. Okay, yep, yeah, so we have that one, and now below this item we are going to use this templates list. So it's again the same way, object.entries, the templates. Let's iterate through this and get this template ID, along with that this template that we have for that key, and here inside this we will wrap that inside this select item. The key would be template ID, and the value would be this template ID, so that we can uniquely identify in our DOM. And now here it's going to be pretty much the same that we have for below thing. So we'll have a div, and inside that we'll have the image, along with that the title of that is the name of the template. So for that also, for now we have just one template, so I'm just going to create a templates folder and add in the image for that. So inside our public folder, so let's add in this templates. Okay, and here I'm just going to add in for now the NextJS developer SVG icon, and later whenever we are adding the additional personas, and then I can come here and add those images. Okay, so this is what this SVG icon. Okay, and now inside this, let's adjust whatever we have for this thing. I can just go ahead and use the same, except that the name of the location of the image should be changed. So here, instead of this, let's just change this to templates, and also the model, in place of that it's going to be just the template ID. So okay, and also here I'm just going to provide in this template ID, and this one it's going to be this template.name. Okay, now let's see this one. Persona, yep, fine, I think it's better now. Yeah, and also we have these personas and the models that we have, and additionally what is the issue that we're seeing here? Template okay, there is a type issue again, and we did import. Okay, whatever, I'm just going to typecast this to as any. Let's just do it in this way so that I won't see the issue. Okay, yep, yes. So we have this the chart picker at least in place. Again, I'm just going to avoid these issues, the minimal type issues for now. And the other component that I wanted to add in is the settings. There we can provide an option to add in the API key and all those things. All the base URL also configurable and all those things. So let's create the simple component for that. So I'm just going to name it as a chart components. So here this has this chart settings.tsx, and again this it's going to be a simple component, the chart settings. The props for this, what I'm going to pass in is the language model and the callback function to update that. Along with that, the option to configure API key along with the base URL. Okay, so those are the props that we'll be adding. So let me just add in this API key configurable, which would be this boolean, then this base URL configurable, this is again going to be a boolean, and then the language model this one, let's have the type for this inside our models.ts. I'm just going to create like we did create a config for our templates. So same way, let me just create in here this type, and I'm just going to export so that we can use in multiple files wherever needed. So LLM model config. So this we are going to have some properties. One is the model. I'm just going to make the things as optional, and this API key, this again we are going to make this as optional. The base URL also, let's make this as the optional thing. The temperature, so basically all the props that we can control for a particular model, we will provide an option for the user to control those things. Okay, the stop probability and all normally we see in the playgrounds of the standard providers. This top case, so here and also the frequency penalty. So again and also this presence penalty, and finally I'm just have this max tokens. Okay, so this is the type for configuring the LLM model. So I'm just going to import this one from the file which we just created, and after this the on language model change callback function to update the above property. Okay, so this is going to be return type void. Fine, so I'm just going to destructure all of them. API key configurable, base URL configurable, language model, on language model change. Okay, and this we are going to wrap everything inside a drop down menu, kind of like settings icon, and then the header like settings and all, the input for taking the API key and all that stuff. So let's just try to have this as the empty fragment returned from this component, and I'm just going back to this pages, and let's try to add in this component, and then we will try building that one. So here just below this I'm just going to add in this chart settings component, and the language model and also the on language model change, the API key configurable, and also this base URL configurable. So these are like boolean, so I'm just going to for now set this to true, but we'll control this one from environment variable later on. Okay, so this is the thing, and here I need to provide in this language model. Okay, so for this what we will do, we have in here this variable, so I can just pass in this language model as the option, and also the callback function to update that. Let's pass in the function where we will try to update that. Okay, so let's try to create a simple function, okay, like we did for logout. Function handle language model change. So here we are going to receive of type this LLM model config, and here all we are going to do is update this language model with whatever we have, this language model with this value. Okay, and now I can just pass on here this function and the language model change. Okay, yep, and I think we should not see any issues now. So going here, let's start building this component. Chart settings, like I said, we will wrap everything inside this drop down component. So I'm just going to import this drop down menu, and we'll wrap this inside this tooltip provider, and I'm just going to use the standard tooltip just like we used in the other place. delay duration 0. Okay, and the trigger point, it's going to be a button with the settings icon inside that. Tooltip trigger as child. Fine, and here I'm just going to have this drop down menu trigger as well as the child, and inside this I'm going to have in here this button, and inside this I'll have this settings icon, and the styling for this, let's have this height and width set to 4. Okay, yep, so this is the thing, and I need to style this button. So coming down to this first variant, let's make this as the ghost. Okay, yep, and also the size, I want it to be of the icon. And now the styling for this, let's have this text muted foreground, and also height I'm just going to change this to 6, and also width as well. Fine, and then this rounded, let's have this small. Okay, yep, and yeah, now this, after this trigger, I'll just have this tooltip content. The content of that, we are going to say this as the LLM settings. Okay, so here, yep, the tooltip is working. And after this, the drop down menu content inside after this provider, let's wrap this content inside this drop down menu content, and align, I'm just going to assign this as the start value. Here, if this API key is configurable, only then we'll try to show this div part. Okay, so this is going to be just the input part where user can enter the API key. Okay, so here, since we provided the value as true, we should be able to see this value. Okay, so here let me add in this label label thing. So this one also, let me just install. Okay, so that we can use this one. So I'm just adding this label component. Yep, so it's added. Now I can just use this, and this, let's have this label as this API key, and the label text, it's going to be the API key. Okay, yep, so here inside this, yeah, we have this API key, and after this, the input component we are going to use. Okay, let's just add in this input component also. Okay, so I'm just going to import this one. The name for this, let's have this API key, and let's just close this so that we'll see this in action. So yeah, here is the input. So I need to style this. So what I'm going to do, let's make this as a flex, and also the direction as the column. Okay, and let's have this gap of 2 so that we have some space. Yep, and the padding just in the X and Y direction, I'm just going to apply 2. Fine, and now for this one, this type, let's make this as a password so that we'll see hidden. Okay, so we'll not show the actual value. And the placeholder, I'm just going to add in this auto. And is it required? Yes, if API key is configured, so we need this one if that is true. And also this default value, I'm going to set in this whatever we have in this language model API key. And on change, we need to pass on this value to the callback function which we have attached on language model change. And in here, we are just going to update this API key property with whatever the value that user is entering, e.target If that is greater than 0, only then I'm just going to assign this value, else we will just set this undefined. Okay, fine. And also the styling for this, just let's make this text to be very small. Yep. And yeah, and after this I'm just going to have the separator. So drop down menu, separator. Okay, so now if I just open this one, we have here small separator and we have this API key. Fine. And now the same thing, what I'm going to do, let's just copy whatever we have for this one and we'll make changes for base URL configuration. Okay, so here instead of this text, I'm going to change this to base URL configurable. Okay, and also the HTML for, let me just change this one to base URL. Okay, and here I'm just going to change this one also to base URL, and also the name here should be changed to base URL, and type here it should not be a password, it can be text now, and placeholder required true. And here in place of this API key, I'm going to attach in this base URL, and on language model change, instead of this API key we need to change this base URL value, and remaining it's just going to be the same. So I'm just going to have the separator also. So I think we are seeing this in UI. Yep. And after this, some parameters like we just saw in our properties of our type definition. So this just below this, let me create one div, and I'm just going to say in this span that the parameters. Okay, so now below this, first is the output tokens, how much you wanted to have, and all those things. So let's try to wrap that inside this one. And again, this I'm going to say the text as the output token. So we saw that the styling, I'll just do this in a while. After this span, we will have this input, this type, it's going to be a number. And so let's just close this. Okay, and now for this one, this default value, whatever we have in this language model dot the max tokens, and also the minimum, I'm just going to set the minimum number as 50 and max value as 10,000. And this step, the incremental by 1, and the placeholder, let's just have this auto. And on change callback function, same like we just did, we should update the particular property. So we are just going to do that. On language model change, here we need to update this max tokens. So let's convert this to float, and here I'm just going to update this one. So going to this, okay, now is the styling. So what I'm going to do, let's have the height as 6, okay, and also this rounded small, and okay, and also width, let's restrict it to 84 pixel. So if I just open this thing now, and also text size, let's make this as extra small, and the center, and assign this tabular nums. Fine. And now I need to do styling for this span. Let's make again this text size to be smaller, and also the flex one. Okay, and text muted foreground. Yep, so it's looking good. And this one, the div, let's make this as flex so that they are next to each other, and I'll have some space in the x direction for, and just let's center the items. Yep, yes, okay. And the params also, let's just this the common styling, so make this as a smaller, and font type, make this as a medium. Okay, I'll just showcase you that in a while. And also we'll have a lot of params in this. I'm just going to make this also flex and direction to be column, so that they'll be 1 by 1, and also the gap between each of them as 1.5, and just the standard padding of 2 in x and y direction. Okay, so we added the output tokens and all, and the same thing I'm just going to whatever we have on this div, we'll try to copy this div and use this for the other items. Okay, we did the tokens, and now it's the temperature. Okay, and here instead of this one, I'm just going to add in this language model dot temperature, and the minimum, let's say this as a 0, and maximum 5, and the step value I'm just going to add in this 0.01, and everything it's just going to be the same. And here in place of this max tokens, we need to update this the temperature property. Okay, and then next it's going to be the top probability. So here the text, let's just change this one to top probability, and the default value should be language dot top p, and also the minimum, let's just set this to 0, and max it's going to be 1, and step value let's change it to 0.01. Placeholder auto, and also here I'm just going to change here from this max tokens to this top probability. Okay, and others I think should be same as it is, and maybe this time I'm just going to copy this one so that we don't have to change the step and all majority of the things. So this it's going to be this top k, and this one I'm just going to change this to top k, and this max let's have this 500, and here it's 1. Okay, and also let me just change this one to top k. Yep, yep. And so let's see this now. Yeah, we have this tokens top k and all, that's fine, it's looking good. Now after this we have 2 more, frequency penalty and presence penalty. So just below this div, let me add in 2 more options, so then we need to change this accordingly. This one, it's going to be a frequency penalty, okay, and this need to change this one to frequency penalty, and this maximum value to 2, and I'm going to change this one the key. Okay, and after this it's the presence penalty, so let's just change this one, and also here the presence penalty, and I'm going to change this one to 2, and here this as a presence penalty. Okay, yep, I think we are good now. So whatever we wanted to tweak inside this chat settings, we added all of the options. So that is the API key configurable only, then will show, if not will not show. Same applies for the base URL, and there's parameters, output tokens length, and the temperature, top key, top probability, cape, frequency penalty, and presence penalty. So we have this also in place. And now going back to this page section, I think we are good, except that all our placeholders, the functionality needs to be added. So now let's try to create the one by one that we need, the actual functionalities for all of them. Okay, the preview part we will do that eventually. Okay, so because we see this props that needs to be passed to navbar and all, we need to have that. So let's try starting from the variables that I wanted to keep in track of. Okay, so we wanted to showcase the messages, list of the messages to the user on the screen in a conversation. So for that, let's try to maintain the local state variable, and this is going to be array. So I'm just going to name this as the messages, and this one, it's going to be array. Okay, so this is going to be of type this message. So let's try to create the type for this also, and also I wanted to create a schema for our code block. So I mean, yeah, so because those I need, and those are very important. So let me just create in here the schema that we are expecting from the code block. Okay, so let me just name this file as schema.ts, and I'm just going to name this as let's say this capsule schema. Okay, and let's import this from Jord. Okay, so I'm just going to import this one. Yep, and here let me just create an object, and I'm just going to be very descriptive of what each property is going to be about, so that it will be very clear for us. So first, this is the live commentary, like while he's trying to generate something like code capsule for us, we will try to have one property, what it's going to do, and the steps it's going to take to generate the thing that we asked for. So I'm just going to name this as something like commentary. So this is going to be of a string type, and also let me just add in here the description. So here it's going to be like describe what you are about to do, and the steps that you want to take for generating the code capsule or something like this. So you can change whichever works better in great detail. Okay, so this is just one description, okay, for the thing. And the next thing that it's going to be the template. Okay, so the name of the template, that the kind of the personas here which is going to be used to generate the code. Okay, so here I'm just going to create, and this is again going to be a string, and I'm just going to add in this description. So here the name of the template used to generate the code capsule. Okay, fine. So that's the thing. We have the commentary and the template, and after this the title, the short title of the code capsule that it is generating. Okay, so again this is going to be a string, and let's describe the same thing. Okay, so this is going to be short title of the code capsule. Okay, I'm just going to say like max 3 words. Fine, and then the description, so it's very clear what does this going to be about. So here the short description, I'm just going to say this is going to be like short description of the code capsule. So max, let's say 1 sentence, that should be fine. And let's say that we are trying to generate the code of NextJS or the Gradio or Python or Streamlit, whatever. So if we wanted to have some, we definitely need some dependencies to be installed in our container. Later I'll show you what is that container and how we are going to see that in preview. If there is any additional dependencies that needs to be installed. Okay, so here this is what the property it's going to help us with, that the additional dependencies. Okay, and this is going to be in an array of strings. So I'm just going to specify that. Okay, and then we'll just describe that this as this additional dependencies required by the code capsule. Okay, so I'm just going to say that do not include dependencies that are already included in the template that we provide. I think you might have understood now. You should connect with the library property that we have. So it was like list of the dependencies that particular template needs. So that is what we are trying to provide here. Like do not include the dependencies that are already included in the template. Okay, so that is what this signifies. So now we had the description for the additional dependency as well. So after this what we are going to do is the command to install the dependencies. Okay, so it's suggested, but also it should recommend provide the command to install those dependencies. So let me just add in that install dependencies command. So again this is going to be of type string, and let's just describe this one same. So it's just the property name itself explanatory, but we'll just add in this one. Okay, so command to install additional dependencies required by the code capsule. Okay, fine, and that's this. After this let's say the port and number, so that's the thing property. So this is going to be number, and it can be nullable, so because it's not always about the UI part, but also the other, the code generation. Okay, so here I'm just going to describe this as the port number used by the resulted code capsule. Okay, so null when no ports are exposed, something. Okay, fine. So that's the thing. So if you see in the template for some things, whichever the UI is needed, we will provide the port number, if not the null, and that's what we are trying to say. And the the code part. So basically the code which is generated by the capsule, only runnable code we are going to get that. So here I'm just going to add in the same, so jet.string. So here I'm just going to describe this again as this code generated by the code capsule. Okay, I'm going to say this only runnable code is allowed. Okay, and after this, finally the file path to download this one. So I'm just going to attach in here this jet.string. Okay, and I'm going to add in the description. This is going to be this relative path to the file, including this file name. Okay, fine. Yeah, like these are the the schema for this capsule. Okay, so I'm just going to export this one, the type of this, let's just say this as the capsule schema. So this is going to be the type of the above thing, so which is this capsule schema. Okay, so now we have the schema, and once we have the schema, I need to prepare the types for messages. For that, let's do one thing. And also so I mean, yeah, let's do the hard part also right away. And here we are going to use E2B, a code interpreter, to try to spin up the container for respective persona. Okay, the Docker file, I'm going to show you how to have a Docker file for respective persona, and then use the Docker file to spin up that container in the cloud environment, so that we can see the code capsule that we are generating, those changes, live changes in the UI. Okay, so what I'm talking about is this E2B code interpreter. Okay, so this is what we will be using it. So this is going to help us to run our code in the cloud containers easily. So that is what we'll be using here. Okay, so first I need to install this one, the code interpreter. So let me just install this thing. This one. Yep, so it's installing. So once this installs, let's prepare the types for the result that it's going to. So I'm not going into details of what is this and how to consume and all. So I'm just going to add in what is required for this application, just so that will be very brief explanation which is required for this application. If you wanted to know more details, just go ahead and look at the docs. It's very self-explanatory. And here let's create in here this file called this types.ts, and the types related to this code interpreter, the result that we are going to see, or any errors and all, we are going to maintain them in this file, and then we will use this inside our components. Let me create the base for our execution result. This execution result base. Okay, and here the containers that we are going to spin up, I'm just going to name them as like sandboxes, and each will have sandbox ID. So let's say this SBX is shortcut for sandbox, and this is going to be a string. So this the base execution result, and now the execution result of an interpreter. Okay, so this is going to be a combination of the above base and the additional props that I'm going to add. The execution result interpreter, this is going to be the execution result base along with this properties. one is this template. So the template, the name of the templates that will be attaching, the Next.js developer and all those things. We'll have the by default I'm going to assign the code interpreter multi-lang, which we are yet to create the template for that, and I'm going to show you how to create the template also. So let's do that now. So for us to create a template, so what I would do is just go to this docs section of this, and there is a installation of the CLI. So this needs to be installed. So install globally or the CLI of E2B and then log in. So once we logged in, then what I'm going to do here, let's create the new folder for the templates. Okay, so I'm just going to create here this new folder called the Sandbox templates, and in this let's create first for one thing, and like I'm just naming this as Next.js developer. And what I'm going to do, now let's navigate to that folder, and this is Next.js developer, and in this all we have to do is E2B template in it. Okay, so what this does now, it creates e2b.docker file for us here. Okay, so here we need to prepare a docker file for the template that we wanted to. So in this case it's going to be the Next.js, and here I need the image of the node. So let me tweak this docker file to our needs. Okay, so this one I'm just going to change this one to node 21 slim image. Okay, and then we wanted to install the curl command. So this is how we can just do apt-get update. So this is Debian based. Okay, and we are going to install this curl, and also I'm just going to clean, and we will remove the whatever we have in this lib apt folder, that is this list, all of them. Okay, so this is to install curl, and once we install curl, I'm going to have a compile page. Okay, so this one, so it's a bit of work. So for that, let me just write a bash script here. So I'm just going to not in this, in the same folder, let's create a new file. Let me just call this as a compile page.sh, and in this I'm just going to write in here the bash script. So here this let's have this the variable. So I'm just going to attach here the PostHog key for analytics. Okay, and also the host of that. So by default I'm just going to set this to empty value. Okay, and now I'm just going to write a script which runs during building of this Sandbox template, and make sure that whatever the Next.js app that we have for this persona, it's running, and also the slash page is compiled. Okay, so that's for this the function, and first we'll target the simple page router, and then we will see if we wanted to go for the app router and all. Okay, so I'll showcase two template examples, one for Next.js and one for Gradio, and it will be common for the other personas that we wanted to. Okay, so let me name this as the ping server, and here this counter 0, and here this response. What I'm going to do, use this curl command, and this dev null, I'm going to pass in here this http code and this URL, which is going to be this localhost 3000. Okay, yep, and this should be not curly brackets but open brackets. Fine. And now while this response is not equals to 200, then we are going to loop through this. Okay, let counter, we are going to increment this, and if this counter modulus of 20 is equals to 0, then I'm going to echo saying that we are waiting for server to start. Okay, and then I'm just going to sleep for 0.1 thing, and then we'll end here. Okay, fine. And here after this, I'm just going to have this value stored inside this response, the same thing. So let me just copy this thing here. This one should be not 0. Okay, fine. Yeah, and finally we are done with this. So I'm just going to end this. Okay, and here what I'm going to do, ping server, and we are going to navigate to this our home user directory, and then I'm just going to run this command npm next this turbo command. Okay, so this is like compile page on bash script. Okay, so now we should use this here inside our docker file. For this first we need to what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy whatever we have in this compile page.sh into the same file into our container, this compile page.sh. okay, and I'm just going to change the permissions on that file, chmod to executable, so that is compile page.sh. okay, yeah, and now we will install dependencies and we'll try to customize the sandbox to our persona. So the work directory that I'm going to make is, it's going to be the home/user our NextJS app. Okay, and after this the command to create next app and all. So normally how we do, we use this create next app. So exactly that's what we are going to provide, and in this thing, and here the default options that I'm just going to configure here, this should be TypeScript and also this Tailwind and this no ES lint. Okay, and import alias, it's going to be this @/star. okay, and I'm going to specify to use the npm and no app router. So okay, so as I said, we'll just try to target the simple thing, and then we can just have the app router. Okay, so here, and also no source directory. Okay, so this is the thing, and also I'm just going to write a simple app structure, and then we'll copy that to into our container like we did the compile page script. So inside this let's create a new file called this app.tsx, and here simple, so I'm just going to have this PostHog prepared. Okay, so the page that we have where we prepared this one, PostHog provider, so let's just go in here. So I'm just copy all of this. Okay, so maybe I can just now go in here, import this one, and I need to import this one from PostHog.js, and so this is going to be pretty straightforward. Okay, key and API host, and that's all. And here after this, let's export this default function where we are going to name this as an app, and we'll have this the component, and along with this these page props. And here I'm going to import this app props from this next app. Okay, and here, so I just yep, and here we are going to return this PostHog provider wrapping the children here. So this PostHog provider, yep, and this client, I'm going to attach this PostHog, and inside this whatever we have this component, let's just pass in this page props. Okay, so this is a simple application. Now going to this Docker file. So in here I'm just going to now copy whatever I have just written in this thing. So copy command, and the whatever we have in this app.tsx into this pages folder of this app.tsx. okay, yep, and then I'm just going to install this the components that we need, like this we'll be using mostly, so I'm just doing this installing this, and also the add all the components. Okay, so this is how we can do this, all command. And after this I'm just going to install the Postgres, not Postgres, the PostHog.js also, because we're using PostHog provider. Okay, yep, and finally, yeah, whatever we want, we installed curl command, and then written some bash script to just to check the status whether the server is running or not. And then we just created working directory as NextJS app, and created our application like we normally do in our terminal, and copied this the component just because we try to wrap in PostHog provider, and thus the installation of this components. So once we have finally what I'm going to do, I'm going to move the NextJS app to home directory, and remove whatever the directory which we just created. Okay, so here let's move this home user slash NextJS app, whatever we have, everything inside this to this home directory. And then finally I'm just going to remove recursively all subfolders and all the things in that folders present in this NextJS app. Okay, fine, yeah, yeah, so this is the Docker file that we have. Okay, so now we have this Docker file. So what I'm going to do now, so we have this Docker file ready. So once we have this, all I'm going to do is let's try creating our template thing. Okay, so here is the thing. So all we need to do is use template build and provide the name of it. Okay, so here this E2B template build name, and here I'm just going to add in this CC code capsule and this NextJS developer. Okay, yep, so it is creating here. So let me just showcase you in a big view mode. So it's a building the Docker file which we just provided. So the steps that we have, it's extracting and everything it's providing, and we have here the login succeeded and all that. And after this so let's okay, I think we made a mistake. Okay, that's yep, it should be apt get, not apt hget. Okay, so let's do it again. So just make sure that there's no mistakes in the commands that we have. So just to update and install the curl and all those things. So once that is created, so if I just go to my dashboard here, so this is where you can get your keys here. That's the key that I showcased. Okay, and this is the thing, and usage, you can see how much we are using and all those things, statistics and all. So it's just creating, so let's wait for us to complete this. Okay, you can refer to more details about all of the details in this documentation. So it's going to take a while to create this application, and meanwhile the name of our template, we just changed it to CC, so I can just change that to the same. So let's go to our templates.json. Here I'm just going to change this one to CC Code Capsule NextJS developer. Okay, and it's installing whatever we need. So once this is installed, we can use this as an ID to execute whatever we are trying to run the code or run the application in the container. Okay, so let me just close that, so that at least so now it's creating the application. So this will be created. So at least now you got the gist how to create a container of our persona. So it's a simple create. So use the here creating a custom sandbox here, or try building this. Okay, and create a the Docker file to whatever the custom way that we wanted to. So here we used the script and also the custom PostHog provider wrapper around our component, so that we wanted to keep track of the usage and all. Okay, and this one this will be created once we e2b.toml file will be created once we execute this e2b template build with whatever the name we have. Okay, so that is this. So we have one template with us. Okay, so let's go to the continuation part of our development. Okay, the types where we were, so this is where. So here by default I'm just going to keep that as the template. Okay, so which in our case is the CC NextJS developer. So let me keep that as a default template, and that will be picked up. And that's because we have only that template. When we have the other templates, we can change that to other things. Okay, so here's CC or NextJS developer, and here I'm just going to have this standard out, which is going to be a string array. And this error, if we have any, again this is going to be a string array. And any runtime errors, okay, so this is going to be an optional, and also this is going to be of type the execution error from this the E2B code interpreter. So I can just import that one. So import E2B code interpreter, this execution error. Okay, and yeah, okay, that's going to be this, and then cell results. So this one would be of type result, and this also I'm just going to import this from E2B code interpreter. Okay, so it's still creating, it's building the Docker, so that's it'll take time, that's fine. Okay, and I'm just going to prepare the type for our execution result web as well. Execution result web. Okay, so this is going to be again the base combined with our this template. Okay, I'm just going to exclude the template ID, which the one that we are providing in the default. So that is NextJS developer. As of now we have only one template, that's fine. And here this string. Okay, yeah, and finally I'm just going to export the execution result, so which is going to be the execution result interpreter or execution result of a web. Okay, so here this execution result interpreter or this execution result web. Okay, fine. So this is just the type that we want for our result, and the Docker instance is being created and we have the type now. So now let's go back to our main page where we were trying to create the types for this, and also the message type that we were trying to create. So for this, going to this messages, so the content I'm going to add in this optional object. Okay, so which it's going to be this deep partial of this the schema that we prepared, which was this the capsule schema. Okay, and this deep partial, I'm just going to import this from AI. Okay, so yep, so here this is what the type it's going to be, and the result, so result which we just prepared, it's going to be this execution result in the types. Okay, so this is what the message type it's going to be. And now let's go back to our page, and in here the type that we want for messages we have just prepared. So now I'm just going to import that type here, and let's use this. So like I said, this should be of type message from this messages, and this is going to be array, and initially this is just the empty array. Okay, and now the capsule. Okay, for that also I wanted to capture this one, so I'm just going to name this as a capsule, and this set code capsule or whatever you can just use, and this is going to be again a use state of type this one, this deep partial from AI, and this is going to be of this capsule the schema. Okay, and initially I'm just going to leave this as empty. Fine. And yeah, and also we will have two tabs. One is the preview and one is the code section, and for that also I'm just going to maintain one state variable. So the preview component will just build in a while, and also we need to build a chart component, so we have still a lot of things to build. So here this current tab, this one, this set current tab. So first I wanted to focus on this core logic, and then we'll build those components. So here this use state, it is going to be of type this code or the capsule. Okay, fine, and by default we'll just have this code view. Okay, fine, and also the loader indicating once we have the code generated, do we have the preview ready of it, or is it still loading? Okay, for that I'm just going to maintain one state variable like loader, like we normally maintain in all of the components for loader. So set is preview loading. By default I'm just going to set this one to false. Okay, fine, and yeah, I think for now that should be good. And yeah, now coming down to the functions that we wanted to have and everything. So let's do things. So like I wanted to handle the functionalities that we are trying to provide, clearing and all those things. Let's try to have those functions. Maybe later I'll come back to the UI. Okay, so first I wanted to know the current model that the user has selected. So, and also we need to set the API keys for all the models, and I'm going to show you how to get those models as well, APIs for that also. Okay, So whatever we have, and I'm just going to find, and here this model. So model this model dot id is matching it to language model dot model. Okay, so this is going to give us the current model, and I think we should have this created. Yep, yeah, I can just show this now. Yeah, so building is finished, and this is how we can use this and all these instructions. I'll show you how to use this. So now we have this template, whatever persona we have created, so we don't have to worry about that. So let's try to complete the logic here. And also now the template that we wanted to know which is the current template that we're using. Same way like we are maintaining for a model, I'm just going to maintain for our the template. So current template, so if the selected template is equals to auto, then we are just going to pass in this the templates list, else whatever the selected template, I'm going to attach in here templates of this the selected templates. Okay, so this is simple. And also I wanted to have the last message stored in our messages list of our conversation. So this is for that. You will understand why I'm trying to capture this. Messages dot length -1. Okay, and the important things, we need to create an APIs for us to talk to chart endpoints and also Sandbox endpoints, so on all those things. Maybe I think let's create those services first, and then we will come here. Okay, so in here I'm just going to prepare this API and create one for chart and another for the Sandbox. Okay, so here let's first go to our chart and create in here this route.ts, and inside this chart it's going to be post method that we'll be using, and we'll try to get the response whatever the user is trying to ask. Okay, and for this let me first create here this post method, and here okay, what is the issue? It's a function. Okay, yep. And here this request, which is going to be, yep, fine. And here what is it that will be sending in our request? One is the messages and also user ID and the templates along with that model, and the configuration of our model is what will be sending to this endpoint. So that one, let me destructure them. I think it should be clear by now with the type LLM model config when we are trying to define for our UI as well. Okay, so here let me here destructure those values, the messages. Okay, and this is going to be of type a core message. Okay, from our AI SDK. So here I'm just going to import this, and then this user ID, which is going to be a string, and this template which is the LLM model, the it's going to be of type the templates that we prepared, and here this model, this is going to be this LLM model, and finally this config, LLM model config, and I'm just going to destructure here this messages, the user ID, the template, model, and the config. Okay, so fine. So this is what we'll be getting in our request, and here I'm just going to check the limit here. So if this config.api key, then I'm just going to check this read limit. So I'm just going to have a function for that. So let's try to create that now. Let's create a file inside this library folder called ratelimit.ts, and we'll try to write a logic for that inside this. Okay, so yep, and here I'm going to use Upstash rate limit and also Vercel key value storage. Okay, so I'm just going to install both of those dependencies. One is this Upstash rate limit and Vercel key value storage. Okay, so once I have this, I'm just going to use this, and at the end I'm going to show you how to get the REST API token and also API URL from this KV and all, while I'll show the deployment part also on Vercel, so that you can host our own application. Okay, so here let me just name this function as rate limit, and the params for this function. So the key, it's what it's going to be either of type string or null, and the max request, which is going to be number, and then this window duration. So I'm just going to use this duration type. So for that let's try to create a type or unit type for that. So again let's try to isolate that one also. So let's create in here this duration.ts file, and I'm just going to create in here this the type unit here in terms of this milliseconds, seconds, minutes, hours, and day. Okay, this is going to be unit, and we are just going to export this type duration. So all I'm going to do is use this the number and pass in this unit, or it is going to be in this format. Okay, so number unit. Okay, fine. So now we have this type. So going to this rate limit file, and in that I'm just going to import this duration. So let's just import this. And now inside this first we will check if we have this the environment variables we configured it or not. Only then we'll try to perform this, or else we are going to receive a lot of error. So that I'm just going to maintain inside this like KV or REST API URL, and the process.env.kv REST API token. Okay, and now here we're just going to create this rate limit object, new rate limit. Let me just import this one from the Upstash. Okay, so Upstash rate limit, and I'm just going to import this rate limit, and we will use this one rate limit, and for this we need to pass in this redis, and this one we are going to use this Vercel's KV. So I'm just going to import that also, Vercel KV, and let me just pass in here this KV and the rate limiter. We need to specify here the rate limit dot the sliding window. So this is going to be the max request and also the window. Okay, fine. So once we have this object, what I'm going to do, just call the limit a function on that thing, and also here let me just destructure them, and here we need to specify here this key, which it's going to be this rate limiter with the whatever the key that we are receiving as the param for this function. Okay, and here let me just get this success and also the limit reset remaining. Okay, fine. So we got all of these things. Okay, and here we will return those values only if it is not successful, so that we can showcase to the user this. I'm just going to assign this amount and also this reset remaining count. Okay, fine. So this is like simple helper rate limiter function. So now going here, we will just use this the function which we just created. Okay, so here if the user has not configured API key, so it's the API key that ours that is using, then we are going to call this function, and I'm going to pass in here this the user ID. So this user ID we are receiving as the prop. Okay, so I need to, yep, so that's the thing. So it's not capsule user ID, and this rate limit max request. So for that, let me just maintain the constant variables here. We will try to control this from environment variables. If there is no environment variable, by default we'll assign some number for this. Okay, so first one is this rate limit max request. Okay, I'm just going to create this environment variables eventually, and then we'll add those values then. Okay, so let's name this as a rate limit max request. Okay, if we have that, I'm just going to convert this into int, parse int, whatever we have, this process dot env dot this rate limit max request. Okay, else we will assign this default value as 100. Okay, so this is the max request and also the window. So by default I'll just assign 1 day, or else we can configure this also as an environment variable. So let's create that also. I'm just going to name this as rate limit window. Here this process dot env dot rate limit window, and again this one, let's just get this value rate limit window, and I'm just going to typecast this as this duration which we have created. Yep, or else by default I'm just going to assign here this as a 1 day. Okay, so now we have the constants for max request and also the window, and I'm just going to pass those values to this function. This one, it's going to be this rate limit max request and rate limit window. Fine. If not, I'm just going to assign the false to this limit const. Okay, and here if we have this limit, okay, then I'm just going to return the response saying that you have reached your request limit for the day and all. Okay, some helper message. So here you have reached your request limit for the day. Okay, so this is how we are going to restrict the user, and the status code 429 for restricting. And after this, the headers, in this we are going to pass on the actual count that is remaining, and the reset and all those things as a headers. Okay, so this one, this x rate limit, so I'm just going to pass in this limit dot amount dot to string, and here this one, this rate limit remaining, limit dot remaining dot to string, and finally this reset value. So rate limit reset. Okay, so I'm just going to convert this value also to string. Yep, so this is how we'll be attaching those values in the headers. And finally here we can just to track which user ID model, we can just console that. That's fine. And now from the config, let me get the model name and also API key and other params. So this is the config, so I'm just going to destructure them. This model, I'm just going to rename this as the model name string, and this API key, which again I'm just going to rename this one to model API key, and other params I'm just going to spread them. Okay, fine. And now let's prepare the model client. So here it's going to be simple. So all I'm going to do is use this function where we are going to create kind of like getting the client of our model. There we are going to use the AI SDK, and based upon the model that the user is selected, we will try to provide that configuration. Okay, so for that let's try to isolate that also. So in our models.ts, so here I'm just going to create in a new function, let's say that is like which is going to help us get the client for the respective model is selected of a provider. So I'm just going to create a function called this get model client, and here this model is going to be of type LLM model, and also this config, let's attach in this about type that we have. And here from this model, let's just restructure the thing that we want, this ID. So I'm just going to rename this to model name string, and also this provider ID. And now from this config, I'm just going to destructure this API key and also this base URL. Okay, and like I said, we are going to use this AI SDKs. So we need to install those dependencies. So the SDKs that we want is of Anthropic, Google, Mistral, and OpenAI. So let me just install them. AI SDK, first is this Anthropic, and then this Google, OpenAI, okay, and this Mistral. Okay, fine. So I'm just going to add these dependencies, and then we are going to use those providers respectively to import into this file. So yep, so those are installed, the things that we want. Now I'm just going to import all of those things, so whatever we need from this dependencies. First is this Anthropic, so I'm just going to use this create Anthropic function, and also from this Google, let me just import create so this is going to be from Google, and this one it will be like Google generative AI, and then the OpenAI. So here I'm just going to import this create OpenAI, and finally we have this Mistral, and this is again going to be a create Mistral. Okay, fine. So now we have this, and in here I'm just going to prepare an object kind of like let's name that as a provider configs. So here let's just name this as a provider configs. So I'm just going to map this one. So if it's Anthropic, we are going to attach this create Anthropic, and for this I'm going to pass in this API key and also the base URL, and we are going to call this by passing in this model name string. Okay, and same way let's just prepare this OpenAI also, this create OpenAI, and I'm just going to pass in this API key, base URL, and this model name string. Okay, and this the Google create Google generative AI, the API key, base URL, and I'm just going to pass in this model name string, and this Mistral. Let's use this create Mistral. Okay, and pass in the same. So it's going to be just the same, the model name string. Okay, fine. And also we have the other providers, the Grok and all those things. So I'm just going to add in those things. For Grok, we are going to use this create OpenAI itself, except that this API key, either this one, or I'm just going to maintain an environment variable for this Grok API key. Okay, fine. And also this base URL, if the base URL helps, I'm just going to specify this base URL of this Grok, which is going to be this api.grok.com /OpenAI/version1. okay, fine. And I'm just going to pass in this model name string. So this is for Grok, and this together AI. Okay, so here this together AI also, let's just copy whatever I have here, this create OpenAI function, and now inside this, instead of this Grok API key, I'm going to add in this together AI API key, and also this one, this is going to be this API dot together dot xyz as the base URL, and this is going to be the same. Then next we are going to add in this fireworks, and for fireworks also, let's just change this one to fireworks API key. Okay, and this one I'm going to change this one to API dot fireworks dot AI /inference /version1. okay, yeah, I think we have all of this, and also we can use Ollama also. So I'm just going to install this Ollama AI provider. Okay, so that's the last thing we are going to add, and then I think we should be good. Okay, so I'm just going to import this one. AI provider, so I'm just going to use this create Ollama, and finally here I'm just going to create in here this name and pass in this create Ollama function base URL, and I'm just going to pass in this model name string. Okay, so now we have this provider config object, and all I have to do is create this client based upon so I'm just going to create one variable, and here let's use this provider configs and pass in whatever the provider ID that we are receiving as this key. I'm just going to the type of this provider configs. Okay, so this is going to help us get the client. So if we don't have any client, so I'm just going to throw the error saying that the unsupported provider, like we are trying to provide the provider which is not in the list. So here I'm just going to add in this error message. Okay, else what we are going to do, we are just going to return this create client object. Okay, fine, that's the thing. And now we have this provider. So going here in our model client, I'm just going to use that function which we just created. So here this get model client, and all we need to do is provide pass in this model along with this the config. Okay, and here I'm just going to get this stream, so we can use this stream object from AI, and here need to pass in this model, which would nothing but this model client which we have. This is, I'm just going to typecast this to language model, and also we need to pass in the schema, the system prompt. This one also, it's better if we try to create a function which is going to help us to prepare a prompt. Okay, same way like we have the files for all of that, I'm just going to create in here this new file. Let's name this as this prompt.ts. Okay, and I'm just going to export the simple function for now, and let's keep this as a generic prompt like this to prompt. And here I'm just going to add in this templates. Okay, and we are going to return here. I'm just going to add in something like you are a skilled software engineer, and you do not make mistakes. I'm just going to add and like generate a code capsule. Okay, and I can just provide like you can install this additional dependencies, and I'm just going to provide 2 more instructions like do not touch existing dependencies like project dependencies files like package.json like this package log.json requirements.txt etc and all those things. Okay, and I'm just going to use provide here. You can use one of the following templates which we have. This template as of now, the NextJS developer template that we have. Okay, so and I'm just going to pass in here the template that we have, and for this also let's just prepare a function which is going to help us convert the template to into a prompt format. Okay, so going to this templates thing, I'm just going to create in here simple function. Let's name this as the templates to prompt. Okay, and again we are going to pass in here this templates. Here all I'm going to do is return a string by just accessing all the values of this template entries, the templates that we have, and iterate through each of the template, get this ID along with that template and then this index. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass in this index number along with that now this ID. Okay, then this instructions, I'm just going to add in this instructions, and also this file which we have this is nothing but this t dot file, or I'm just going to provide in this here this none. Okay, and then this dependency is installed. We have this list in this library, so I'm just going to join all of them by comma. Okay, and finally this port that we have, so I'm just going to provide in here this t dot port, or we can just pass in this none. Okay, yep, and this join, I'm just going to, yep. So this is going to be the conversion. Okay, and this template let me just be okay, this type we can keep the not worry about that, but this is the function. So now we have this function, so I'm just going to use this function to convert our template to prompt format. Okay, so this templates to the prompt, and I'm going to pass in this template. Okay, so we have this function to give us the prompt that we want, and now I can just go to the route where we were trying to pass in this system prompt. Okay, and I'm just going to use this to prompt and pass in this template. After this, the messages that we have in this mode. Okay, and this mode also, so by default I'm just going to return this auto, but if it's the specific to fireworks, we are going to return the JSON as the mode. And that also, let's try to create a simple function. Okay, so here this export function get default mode. So here this model we are going to send is this LLM model, and I'm just going to destructure the ID along with that the provider ID. So here I'm just going to rename this one to model name string, this provider ID, and I'm just going to check if this provider ID is matching to this fireworks, and then I'm just going to return this mode as JSON. Else let's just return this auto mode. Okay, fine. And so now I'm just going to use this one. So based upon this, so here this get a default mode and pass in here this model that we have, and now whatever the other params I'm just going to attach in here. Okay, what is the issue here? Okay, the schema. Okay, I'm just going to import that capsule schema and rename that to the schema. Okay, so library schema, and here this capsule schema as this thing. I think, yeah, now we should be good. Yep, yeah. So like this is the endpoint which is going to give us the streaming response, and here I'm just going to add in the stream dot to text stream response. Okay, so now we have the endpoint which is going to help us give the response in the stream format for the question that we are asking. And after this sandbox, the endpoint that I should create. So this one, let me just create in here this route for that. So basically what is this? We are going to create a sandbox of the template that we are trying to provide, and see the preview in the UI component. Okay, so that is this endpoint. So let me create here this post endpoint, and this is going to be of type request, and for in the request we are going to send the capsule, user ID, and the API key. So maybe I'm just going to destructure them, await this or request.json, and here this capsule. Okay, I'm just going to have this as this is going to be of this type, and then this user ID, which is going to be of type string, and then this API key, which is optional. This is also, it's going to be a string. So let's just destructure them, capsule, and then the user ID, the API key. So from this request, once we have that, what I'm going to do, so let's define one sandbox variable. So this is going to be of type the sandbox, or it can be of type this code interpreter, or undefined. So by default we are going to set this to undefined, and here if this capsule dot template, it's equals to I'm going to add in the multi-language code interpreter, and then we are going to create that by using this code interpreter. If not, we'll use the sandbox. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, this name, this code interpreter. So this is the name that we will create, or I'm going to show you how to create, like just we created CC NextJS developer template. Okay, then we are going to create an object, so of this code interpreter, this code interpreter dot this create, and pass in this capsule dot template, and along with that not just template, so this in create this metadata. I'm going to pass in here this template, which is going to be this capsule dot template, and along after that this user ID. Okay, and here this timeouts in milliseconds. So this is going to be the timeout that I'm going to create for this one. Let's say that we are going to create one constant variable, so I'm going to have this named as Sandbox timeout, and I'm just going to create this in 10 minutes, like in milliseconds. So to convert this 60 seconds and convert this to into by multiply by 1000. Okay, so here I'm providing this as the value for this timeout in milliseconds, and then the API key if provided. So I'm just going to add in here this API key. Okay, we have a problem. It has to be the yep, I think now we shouldn't see any problem. E to B code interpreter, yep. Create, I'm just providing here metadata, timeouts, and API key. Okay, that's fine, ignore this error. And now else we are going to use this sandbox and create the template that we have, this capsule dot template, and additionally it's going to be the same whatever we have the metadata. So I'm just going to use this one and provide this data. Okay, so it's going to be just the metadata, template, and user ID. Along with that, this timeouts and all those things. Why is this error that we are seeing? So create, okay. Okay, yep. So this is this. Okay, so now we are trying to create this. I think there is an issue with this interpreter params that we're trying to pass. Okay, there is a type issue in our timeout. Milliseconds. That's okay. Okay, fine. So that's the thing. So now we have this. If we have this capsule dot additional dependencies, then I'm going to install those things in the respective sandbox that we are trying to create. So this one, so we are going to check first if the sandbox is instance of this code interpreter. If that is so, then I am going to call this this all it's present inside this docs. So you can just refer to this docs how to execute and all those details and all. Here you can just refer this one. Okay, so then we are going to access this notebook and execute this, the whatever we have this capsule dot install dependencies command, and yep, and else if sandbox is an instance of this sandbox, then I'm just going to use this commands dot run, and here let's just use this capsule dot install dependencies command. Okay, why is this sandbox type I'm not able to? Okay, so let's just a minute. So I think the issue is with respect to the package version of this code interpreter. So let's just change this one to 9 beta 3 version. Okay, and I'm just going to reinstall all of them, and now I think we shouldn't see the problems with respect to the types that we're seeing in that respective file. Okay, so here let me just try to refresh this one. So I'm just trying to restart this server. Okay, template. There is an issue with the way that I'm trying to pass in a prop, and that shouldn't be a problem, but we are seeing that because of the params that I'm trying to pass in here. Sandbox.create, I'm just passing this template and then this metadata. Okay, even this one. Let's do one thing. So I'm just going to delete this node modules folder and try to install this again. Okay, so those are installing and I'm just waiting. So yeah, so once they're installed, we'll just try to restart this TS server. If we are still facing, I'll just look that issue. Okay, they are installed, and now let me just restart this server. Okay, and hopefully we shouldn't see the issue, but still the issues, that's fine. I think I'll those are like so if you wanted to see this here, the Sandbox here, so this is how we are going to use this, and here we can just execute the commands that we wanted to, and we can create the messages and all those things. Yeah, maybe that's fine. Now we just, if there is any additional dependencies, we are installing that, and now we need to copy the code to file system. Okay, so that one, how I'm going to do, so if this capsule dot code, and I'm just going to check this is array, whether this code is array or not. Okay, so if that is the case, so let's just try to iterate through this and get this file, and I'm going to write this one using this the sbx dot the types of this sandbox code interpreter. Yeah, I'm just going to write this files dot write the whatever the file path that we have, and this file dot file content. So I'm just going to write this content of this into this respective file path. Okay, else let's just try to write into single file. So files dot write the capsule dot file path and this capsule dot code. Okay, fine. So we're just copying the code to files, and next we need to execute the code and return a URL of the running sandbox. Okay, so this one, what I'm going to do, let me just return this new response, and here I'm just going to stringify this the sandbox ID, which is going to be this sandbox, and it will have this sandbox ID, and then this template, which is nothing but this capsule dot template, and then this URL this URL would be nothing but this sandbox dot the get host and capsule dot port and 80. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to typecast this to like execution result web. Okay, fine. Yeah, I think there are a lot of types issue that I think no need to worry about that. All will take care. Okay, fine. So we have this Sandbox API also ready that we can consume this to see that create in the UI. So now we need to add in a lot of functionalities inside our the main page component here. So when we were trying to handle all of the text that user is typing and the sending of that to the chart endpoint which we just prepared, and the output of that should be sent to our Sandbox API and all that stuff. So we need to create those things now. Okay, for this, what I'm going to do, we are going to use the use object hook from the CI React dependencies which we have just installed. Okay, so that one I'm just going to use in here, the CI React this experimental use object as this. I'm just going to rename this as to use object, and here let me just use this one to get the response. So what I can do here, use this use object, and for this what we need to pass in, so let's fine, the API endpoint. So here if this current model dot so for now I'm just going to provide this simple model, the endpoint which we have this API slash chat. Okay, and then this schema that we are supposed to pass in, and also the on finish callback function. What is it that we are going to do? So in this synchronous, I'm just going to collect this object. Let's just name this to capsule. Okay, and this error, and here inside this, so the schema needs to be imported. So I can just do that like we just did here, the capsule schema as schema. Okay, so now here on finish, what are we going to do? So in on finish callback function, if we don't receive any error, and so what I'm going to do, I'm going to set this preview loading to true, and then let's just use this PostHog capturing the events that I wanted to. So let's just use this PostHog. Okay, so here I'm just going to capture the capsule generated thing. Okay, so generated, and inside this template I'm going to attach in as the capsule dot this template. Okay, fine, and now this we'll have to send this to our Sandbox endpoint. Await this fetch the slash API slash sandbox. Okay, and inside this method it's going to be the post endpoint which we just created. For this we need to attach in this body. So this body, it's going to be nothing but the whatever the capsule that we have, along with this user ID that I'm going to attach in this. It's going to be this session dot this user dot ID. Okay, and the API key. Okay, so this API key, let me try to get this from, so let's try to return this one from here, the API key for now. Okay, let's just see, assume like we are not collecting the API key, so I'm just not passing this because it's also the optional. Okay, fine. So we are passing on this, and after this I'm just going to collect the result into this variable, and that would be this response.json. And once we collect this, again let's just capture this one that has like, you know, Sandbox created. So the above endpoint is to create the Sandbox, and the URL would be nothing but this result.url. okay, yep. And here the I will maintain one variable to capture the result also, like we did maintain for messages. So let's create here, this is for this result set result. Okay, so inside this one, again this is going to be of type the execution result. Yep. And yeah, fine. So here after this I'm just going to update the value of this to whatever I get in this result, and also the view of this should be changed. The current preview should be updated. So for that also let's do one thing. I'm going to update that one, so maybe it's better that we have a function for that. For that to have a function, so just above here I'm just going to create in here this function as like set current preview. Okay, so here is the preview. So yep, now I'm trying to create a logic for all of those handling, you know, getting the response and passing, creating a sandbox and all that thing. Okay, it'll take a while for us to see this reflection in the UI. Okay, so here this capsule, it's going to be of the partial of this capsule schema, or this as this undefined. Okay, and then this result, which would be of type this execution result or undefined. Okay, and here then this set capsule, I'm just going to set this one to preview dot the capsule, and then this result I'm just going to update this one to preview dot result. Okay, this is just the function that we have, and here I'm just going to call that function here to set the current preview accordingly. Set current preview and pass in this the capsule and also this result. Okay, and this message also I'm going to update, so we need to update that. Again for this, let's create one function rather than to write all of that logic inside that like clumpsing. Okay, so here I'm just going to name that function as the set message, and we are going to pass on this message. This is going to be a partial of this the message. Okay, and then this index which would be of type number. So all we need to do is update our the messages whatever the previous messages that we have. Here I'm just going to get this updated messages. Let's just have collect all of the previous messages and the updated messages of the index that we wanted to. So I'm just going to update that one, length -1. So here this previous messages of that index if we have, so or else the previous messages at the end we are going to add in. Okay, and this message is what we are going to add in. Okay, fine. And also finally what we need to do, we're just going to return this updated messages. So this is how we'll be updating the message. Okay, so we have that function, so this message, and for this one we are just going to pass in the result that we got. Okay, fine. And also this current tab, I'm going to change this one to capsule. Okay, and then the is preview loading, then we'll just set this one to false. Okay, so this is what we'll be doing on our finishing of getting the response from this chat. Create a sandbox and pass the result to all of this, and we can have the preview ready. Okay, so that's how we are consuming the chat endpoint and also the sandbox endpoint. Okay, and from this what are we going to destructure this, the object. Okay, and then this submit function is loading, and also this stop function and the error. Okay, so this is what will be destructuring from this. And now the actual functionalities needs to be passed on to this navbar and the components that we are trying to consume. I think this dialog we are clear with that. And now this navbar, this session, this sign out. Okay, so here now after this on clear. Okay, so I need to clear the chat, and also can clear, we need to set this boolean value. So this, it's going to be simple, this messages dot length, if it is only greater than 0, only then we'll can undo. So this one, so if this messages dot length is greater than 1 and we are not loading. Okay, so it's not loading. Okay, fine. And on undo, what are we supposed to do? So that one, so let's try to create a simple function. We are going to do is just the remove or slice the messages array. Okay, so for that yep, so here function handle undo. So here I'm just going to update our messages array, whatever we have this previous messages array. Okay, so here this previous messages dot slice the last. Okay, fine. So that's how we are going to undo this. And also this current preview, the capsule, I'm just going to send in here this undefined, and also this result also as undefined. Okay, so that's the undo function. So on undo, I'm just going to pass in this handle undo function. And on clear, what I need to do is I just need to clear the chart. Okay, for that also let's just create a function like we did for undo function. So here let's just name this as handle clear chart. Here first thing is I'm going to stop this. Okay, and this chart input, whatever we have, we'll just set this to empty string. And also the files list, let's set this to empty files. The messages also, so I'm just going to set this one to empty thing. And then capsule also, let's just set this to undefined. And also this result, we are going to set this to undefined. And then this current tab, that I'm going to set this to a code current tab. And is preview loading, we will set this to false. Okay, so this is what we'll be doing on clearing the chart of the thing. So this function I'm just going to pass on to this the handle clear chart. Okay, yep. So and also I think we have the one more, this one, and on clicking this social thing, for now let's create again simple function. I'm not going to do much inside that function. Handle social click. Okay, and here this target, it's GitHub or this X or this Discord. Okay, I'm just restricting here. Okay, I'm not doing anything for now. Okay, so inside this, let's just do I mean we can just open window.open the link of the respective social link and open in a new window. We can do that, but I'm just going to capture here this event here. Okay, so this target, click. Okay, and if I just pass on for this, we shouldn't see any issue for this navbar component. Okay, so now we are good with this navbar. And coming down to this chart input. Okay, these are all the placeholders for now. Okay, so the input that we're trying to type in, we're not seeing that in action in the UI, so that needs to be addressed. So let's do that. Okay, is loading. Let's just update this one to the loading value which we have, and also the error and retry we have from our use object hook. So I'm just going to pass on this error and this retry. Okay, there is an issue here. Cannot find name retry. I think I should be having that. Okay, for this retry, let's create a function for that. Just below this, I'm just going to name this as retry. It's going to be simple. We are going to use this submit function from this use object hook, and here I'm just going to pass in this user ID, which is going to be this, again the props that we normally use to send to our chart endpoint. Okay, this messages we need to convert that into a specific format of like role and then the content format. We know how the chart models work. So for that, let's try to create a simple helper function inside this messages thing. Okay, so I'm just going to create in here this function. Let's name this as this OAI SDK messages, and this we are going to send in this list of the messages array. And for this, all we are going to do is try to iterate through this list and transform to the format that needs to be sent to the model. Okay, so here this role, which should be this message dot role. Okay, and then this content message dot content. Okay, I'm just going to map through this, get this content. Okay, and here if this content dot type is equals to code, I'm going to return here this type as the text. Okay, and text I'm just going to add in this content dot text. Okay, fine. Else we'll just return here this content. Yep, so this is like the converting to the messages format. So now this one we need to use to convert whatever the messages array we have to this format. So I can just use this to AI SDK messages, pass in here this messages thing, and here this template I need to attach in this whatever the current template is, and also this model, the current model which we have, the config also, it's going to be the language model. Okay, so this is the simple retry function, and just we're trying to get the response again. And now I can just go here to the chart input, and yeah, now we don't see any issue. So we added the loading input error retry thing, and now the handle input change, the actual thing. So for this also, what all we need to do is update our the chart input variable value. So for this also I'm just going to create simple function like handle save input change, and this is going to be of time this react dot change event of this HTML text area element. Text area element. So here I'm just going to update this input e dot target dot value. Okay, and now here in place of this empty callback function, let's try to pass on this handle save input change. And now if I type anything in here, we should see this reflection. Okay, so I'm just need to okay, we will see this in reflection here now. So let's test this once. Typing something on, we should see on our screen. Yep, fine. So this we had it, and now the placeholders is the handle submit. So for this function, what we are going to do is, let's try to create again one function which is going to first check whether the user is logged in or not. If he is not logged in, then I'm going to set the dialog as true, so that we try to first make the user to log into our application. Okay, so for that also, let's just create in here this function. This this is going to be a synchronous function. So this, let's name this as the handle submit auth. Okay, and this one we are going to be sending the event of type form element. So here this HTML this form element, and first thing we are going to do is always prevent the default event, and here if there is no session, then I'm going to set this auth dialog that we have to true. Okay, and also then if it's loading, then I will call the stop function from this use object that we have. Okay, and after this what we need to do is we need to collect the message, and also if there is any image, so that also we need to convert into a format. So what I'm trying to say is the content which this is going to be this messages of content, and this one, this type, I'm going to set this to text, and this text would be this chart input, whatever the value that we have inside this. And also we'll check if there is any images also. So this, I need to convert this image by taking all of the files that user has uploaded into the format that I want. So same way like we had the messages, the conversion. So I'm just going to create the helper function which is going to help me to convert into the message of the image of the files. So export here asynchronous function to message image, the files which we are going to receive, which is going to be file array, and here we'll just check if this file's length is equals to 0. If that is the case, I'm just going to return here this empty array. Else we are going to use this promise all okay. And here I'm just going to iterate through these files and get the each file, and all we are going to do is get this base64 of this file, this buffer dot from this await file dot array buffer, and convert this into a string of the format this base64. okay. And here I'm just going to return this data of this file type, file dot type, this type as this base64, and pass in here this base64 value. Okay, fine. Yeah, this is the simple thing. So now we have this converter. Okay, and here the images, now it's going to be very simple. Make this await to this message image, and pass in here these files. Okay, and now if this the images dot length, so we have something if there is a files uploaded, so I'm just going to iterate through this each images, get this image, and we are going to push into our this content. So this content dot push, this type, it's going to be this image, and I'm just going to pass in this image. Okay, yep. So that's the thing. And now we need to add in this content to our messages array, and for that all I have to do is add into the thing. So let's just have a simple helper function to kind of add the message that we are receiving into our the messages array. So I'm just going to create in here this simple function called add message. Here we are just going to send in this message and update our messages array. So whatever the previous messages that we have, we are just going to keep that as it is. So this previous messages, and add in this new message, and here I'm just going to return the messages that we have along with that this message. Okay, so now I can just update that message. What I'm going to do, so we'll use that function now which we just created. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as something like updated messages. Use this add message. Okay, and here this role, it's going to be of type user, and this is the content that I'm going to collect. So this will have the updated messages list, and we need to pass on this one to our submit function. User ID, this is going to be this session dot user ID, this messages again to AI SDK messages, whatever we have, this updated messages. The template, we are going to send this this current template model, the current model that we have, and then this config language model. Okay, fine. And after this, I'm just going to set the chat input back to empty string, and also the files will just set back that to empty files. The current tab, let's set this one to code. Okay, and let's just capture our PostHog event. So like chat submit. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass in this here the template, selected template, and also this model, which is going to be this language model dot model. Yeah, fine. This is the function which is going to help us handle the submit the things. So here I can just remove this placeholder for now, and handle submit auth is what we'll be passing on. Okay, fine. So now for the file change, same way like we created the functions to handle other things, for this also, for file change, let's create a simple function for that also. Just here I'm just going to name this as the handle file change. So we are going to send in this files, a list of the files for this, and just update our files to whatever the user is trying to upload. So that's what we will be using here in this empty callback function, handle file change. Okay, and also this top, I'm just going to use this top function from this use object hook. Okay, so yep, so now we have the chart functionality at least working. I mean, not working, all the functionalities that needs to be added. Now the things that I need to pass on to the pickers that we have. So here I need to, so we just send the models and the templates list. Now which model is selected and all that thing, so I need to pass on those props, like this is how we need to know which template is selected or which model is selected, and the callback function to update the selected template or selected model on the language model and all that stuff. So let's add the props into this chart picker component. Okay, so here we just added the list of the models and the template that we were passing on. After this, so let me add in this as the selected template. So this is going to be by default auto, or it's going to be of type this template ID, and then this callback function, like to update that on selected template change. So this is going to template auto. Okay, so this or the template ID, the callback function to update it. Then we have this language model, okay, which is going to be of type this LLM model config. Okay, and finally the function to update that on language model change. Okay, so here this is going to be config of type this LLM model config, and let's just destructure them. Selected template on selected template, and this language model on language model change. Okay, so these things, now what I need to do, the select instead of this empty string, we are going to pass in here this selected template, and inside this callback function, so I'm just going to add in this on selected template change function, and also same applies for the below div. So I'm just going to add in, pass in here this language model, and also here this on language model change. Okay, it should be the model, that's why we are receiving the error. And also here let's just add in here the simple callback here on language model change. I'm just going to update the model value to whatever the user is trying to add in. Okay, I think now the issue shouldn't be. Yep, so now we need to pass on these things to this this selected template the selected template, then this language model. I need to pass on this language model for that. Okay, so let me just add in this language model, and on select template change we are going to just pass in this set selected template, and on language model change let's just try to create a simple function for that. Okay, I can create for that template also, but that's fine. Okay, so let's name this as handle language model change. Okay, so this is going to be of type this LLM model config, and here this set language model I'm just going to update in this way, and now we can just attach that function to this handle language model change. Okay, we are seeing an issue with this template callback function. Why is that? Okay, that's because I need to specify here the type as this template ID, and I think we shouldn't see that issue now. Okay, handle okay, let me, I think we already have this one, handle yep. Yeah, so it's just a duplicate of functions. Okay, so now the chart picker also, so if you can see now by default, if I just select this one, so we are seeing so if I just select this, now we are able to see the change in that. And also if I just select some Gemini model, yep, fine. So the chart picker is also functional, and now we should shift our focus on our main chart component. So basically that's the place where we need to show the messages and also the preview of the code capsule and all that stuff. Okay, and also so going to this for our chart, let me just pass in the props that we'll be sending from this parent component for this, and then we'll go to that component and tweak it. First thing, the messages, of course, that those are the things that we need to showcase. So I'm just going to attach in the messages, and whether the indicator is the response loading and all. So I'm just going to pass on that, and then this current preview. Okay, callback function to update that, set this current preview. Okay, and now let's go here to this the chart component, and we need to create the props for all of this and tweak this. Okay, so here this messages, this is going to be this message array, and then is loading, which is of type boolean, and then this set current preview, it's going to be a callback function. So this preview is going to be an object of this capsule of d partial of this capsule schema, or it can be undefined also, and then this result, which should be this execution result or undefined, and this is going to be this empty back function. Okay, so I'm just going to destructure those, messages is loading, set current preview. Fine. So now we have that. So what are we going to do? First, let's have the ID assigned for this container. So I'm just going to name this as like a chat container. Okay, and also now instead of this placeholders, whatever the messages that we are going to have, we are going to iterate through that list and get this each message. Along with that, this index, which is going to be number. Okay, and here inside this div, what are we going to do is use this message type. So that is message dot content, again map through this, get this content along with this ID, and using that, so first thing, if this content dot type is, if it's equals to text, then I'm just going to return this content dot text as it is. Okay, else if this content dot type is equals to this image, we are going to return the image of that. So here this image key I'm going to attach in this ID. So let's attach in this the content dot image, and the alt I'm just going to have this as a capsule, and styling we'll worry about this later. Okay, so yeah, so we are going to return if this is the image. After this, the object, so we are going to check if this message has this object. If so, we will try to return this div. So again, so basically I'm going to show the title and also the code capsule that we have. So we need to have, like, clicking on that, it should open the view for that, code view or preview view for that. So what I wanted to do, let's so in this div, I'm just going to open here this div here, and first thing I'm going to do is let's have this the terminal icon wrapped inside this div from this Lucid React. Okay, and the stroke width I'm just going to set this to 2. Okay, and stylings and all I'll do that eventually. After this terminal, inside this div, I'll have this title of that. Okay, so this message dot object dot title. Okay, let me just close this span, and after that some text like, you know, click to see the code capsule or something like that in the below span. Click to see code capsule. Okay, yep. And what is the issue? I think we did not close this div. Yep. Okay, so this is how it's going to be. And if it's a loading, I need to show the loader icon. So just below this, we will use this is loading. And what I'm going to do inside this div, I'm just going to wrap in this loading icon, this loader icon, and the stroke width I'm just going to set this to 2, and here let's just spin this, and width and height let me just set this to 4, and below this I'm just going to have in the some text which is going to say this as like generating. Okay, fine. Yeah, I think now the styling wise and all, yeah, use this and also set current preview. So the div where we are trying to wrap in the title and the text for that. So on click of this, what should we do is update our current preview to the capsule as this message dot the object, and also this result the message dot result. Okay, yep. And so let's say that if I say hi, I need to handle that form submission. That's why we are still seeing this issue. So inside this chat input in the form section, we need to do a lot of things in here. So we are sending the props for this, correct? Okay, now we need to utilize these props inside this component. So to handle file input, to handle file removing, and also the file preview part, and on enter, that is a click, and on submit, those are all things we are going to handle in this component. Now here in this component, let's first create a function for handling on enter of the user in our text area section. Okay, so that it's like almost we should take on enter as again as the submit part. So what I'm going to do, so let's just minimize this. Okay, so function on enter, so we are going to receive event and of type keyboard event, so which should be of from this form element. And here if this he dot key is equals to this enter, and this shift key, and also if it's not shift key, and also this native element is composing. Okay, then I'm just going to prevent this default event. And here if this current target check validity. Okay, and then I'm just going to call our function that we have and pass in this event. Okay, else I'm just going to set this target this report validity. Okay, fine, this is the on enter thing. And also now here on submit, I'm going to attach in this handle submit callback function that we are sending for this, and also here this on key enter, on key down. So I'm just going to pass in this on enter function for this. Okay, and also if this error occur, retry. Let's wrap this inside the button, and we'll on click trigger the retry function. Okay, so this one, what I'm going to do, let's have this button and the underline text, and on click I'm just going to use this retry function to trigger. And yep, so now, and also the styling for this, let's just make the text as the red color, so that it's like some error and also some padding in both the directions. So you can adjust this one. So fine, and this font medium. So if you wanted to see how this is going to look, I'm just going to add in here so you can see. Yep, and here now I'm going to make this font type as medium, some margin bottom, and also the rounded, let's have this Excel, and also there should be some space here. Yep. And background also, let's change it to red. BG red, like 400. Yep. Okay, so that's how the error message is going to look like. Okay, I think now I can remove this. We saw this one, and now going here, I think everything should be fine except that here the file we need to handle. So for file also, I'm just going to create one function which let's name this as like handle file input. So that's going to be simple. All we need to do is collect the event, the change event of the input element, and pass on those files to our the handle file change callback function. Okay, so handle this file input, this event, okay, which should be change event of HTML input element, handle file change array dot from. Okay, so e dot target dot files, or just the empty thing. Okay. Yep. And now, so here the place where we have on change, I can just change this one to have handle file input, and now we are good. And also yeah, I think the file preview part needs to be handled, so that one. So here below this add attachments, let's try to have a simple preview section. The small component, I mean, I can do it right here. So let's name this as like file preview. So I'm just going to wrap this inside our use memo hook. Okay, this needs to change on file changing. So now inside this, what is it that we're going to do? Okay, so first let's just do normal check. If this file's length is equals to 0, I'm just going to return nothing, so this null. Okay, else we are going to iterate from the files and get this each file, and here all I'm going to do is wrap everything inside this div. Let's make this as a relative, and the key, let's make this as the file name, and here inside this span I'm going to have this close icon, so removing icon. So from this Lucid React, okay, so the styling, so let's say this height and width set to 3. Okay, and so like I said, we need to remove this. For that, let's create simple function here. Function, let's name this as a file remove. Yeah, handle file remove. Here we are going to send the file which is going to be of type file, and here all we need to do is first collect the new files, leaving aside the current file. So I'm just going to collect in this new files value the array dot from these files, whatever we have. We are going to filter if this file is not equals to the file that we have the input. Okay, fine. And then we are going to pass on this new files to our handle file change callback function. Okay, so that needs to be passed here on the onClick function of here. OnClick, all I'm going to do is call in this above function file remove and pass on this thing. Okay, yeah, and styling wise, so if I just try showcasing one thing, okay, yeah, there's an issue, I'll check that. Okay, so now styling, we need to make this as absolute so that it looks better at the top right corner of the image, which we will change that, no need to worry. Okay, after this the image preview of our file should be showcased. So this URL, it's going to be this URL dot create object URL of this file, and this alt, I'm just going to have this file name, and again this one, this styling, the styling and all we will come back to this. Okay, so here now instead of this empty bracket, depending upon the lengths of the files, so that is if this file's length is greater than 0, then I should showcase this component. Okay, yep. And also I think we should be good. Yeah, I think this is the thing, but the file input, it's not working. Why is that? Let me just refresh this. Input is file, okay, but still yeah, let me just check this. I think file input should work ideally. Not working because this one is true, so I'm just going to for now hardcode this to false, and now we should be, yep. So add attachments. Okay, now if I just input some files, so let's say some image that I'm going to take. Okay, so this is the image and preview is like this. And now so we need to style this the file preview wherever we have. So as of now we are not doing any styling for this image, so what are we going to do is the styling, let's make this as the absolute, and also okay, and let's make this top like -8. I mean, let's just the top right, this is for the cross icon. Okay, and should be at the top right, so I'm just going to add in this thing, and background, let's just mute it, and also this rounded should be full and padding of 1. Okay, fine, and also the image needs to be styled as well. So what I'm going to do, let's just round this one to extra large, and height and width I'm just going to restrict it to 10. Object, let's cover it, and now I think it should be decent. So let's try uploading this again. Yeah, so this is what we have. So if I just click on this, we should be able to remove. Yep. the file previews. I think even if I upload this multiple things, we should, yeah, so this is how the preview of the images it's going to look. That's fine, and also this is going to work. So I'm just going to remove this one now. Is multi-model. Okay. Yeah, I think in the input, so even if I just try to send this now, we are seeing this hot dialog. That's expected because we enabled authentication, and that's why we are seeing this, which is working exactly the way we wanted. Okay. Fine. For now, let's see, I'm just going to set this one to false. Okay, let's set this one to false, and let's see if I just click on the send on enter hi. Let's just need to refresh this one. Where is this, our page? Okay, so going to this page, this Supabase is so for now let's just comment this part. Okay, I think I need to restart this application. That's fine, I'm just going to comment this, and now yeah, on print and also I can just change back this one to true anyways, because we are commenting that part of the code. Okay, fine. So if I just enter hi and send, we are not seeing anything happening. That's because handle submit auth. This again, I'm just going to comment this part. Okay, the session, I'll show you that later, so which is common in any of the applications. Okay, so here, yeah, you can see now the chart component that we have. I did send, but we received an error. So what is that error is what we need to check now. Okay, there is definitely an issue that we're seeing in our endpoint. I think so. So this is where I think we are seeing the issue. So let me just check this. First thing is, I think we forgot to add an OpenAI API key. So let me add that, and also so going to this env. So here I'm just going to add in this OpenAI API key, so that should be solving our issue. And also going to this, let me try to add in some console statements so that we capture some of the values that we need to know where we are failing. Or maybe let's do it in this thing in our use object hook. So, and also let me just remove this unused part. Okay, yeah, so here let me, here I'm just going to console here, and this as something like code. For now, let's just okay, and also yeah, I think for now let's just try this one. So I'm just going to close this thing. Let's ask like hi, so in the console I should see something. Okay, I'm receiving here the template, that's fine. I'm receiving the code commentary, additional dependencies, template as this. Okay, and this is where we are seeing the issue. Sandbox endpoint. Yep. So here I think there is an issue with this endpoint. Yeah. Yes. So this is the place where we are seeing the issue, the response. So let me fix this, and also let's go back. In this endpoint Sandbox, the problem is here with this. So let's just go to the docs. So to debug, so let's do one thing. I'm going to create in here this VS Code folder, and inside this launch.json, let me add this one, and here for now I'm just going to change this one, and let's stop this one, and let's try debugging this. Okay, so here now going to this Sandbox, let me create so I just created here the debugger. Okay, so now on, so let's start testing now. So so if I try with high, so it's generating, and so let's see. Now here I'm just continuing this one, and now we shouldn't see any issues. Yep. Okay, so okay, this is the result that we're seeing. The SPX ID, Sandbox ID, and the template name, which is the CC or NextJS developer Code Capsule, and this is the URL. That's fine, but we should also see the result that we got on the UI. So what are we supposed to do into here? And also the styling of this needs to be addressed, which we will do. So let's go to this. So whatever the object that we are getting from this use object needs to be added to our messages array. So that I'm going to do here. So let's try to wrap this inside our use effect hook, and here, so this needs to be added based upon, this needs to be triggered based upon the change of values into this object. So here inside this, what is the check I'm just going to do first? If we have the object, okay, so if that is the case, then I'm going to set this capsule to the object that we have. Okay, and I'll try to get this content, so which is going to be message of this content, and here let's, if this type is text, I'm going to set in here this object dot the commentary or the empty text, and after this type code, I'm going to attach in here this object dot code. Okay, and here this is going to be empty string. Fine. And after this, so if this is not the last message, okay, and or this last message dot role is not equals to the assistant, then what I'm going to do, I'm just going to add in this message with the role of this assistant and this content and pass in this object. Okay, fine. And here if it's the other case, so if it's the last message and the last message dot role is equals to assistant, then we are going to set this message, so the function that we have, to this one, the content, and along with that I'm just going to add in this object. Okay, so this is going to be that, and also we'll have the error handling also. So basically I'll try to wrap this inside in the one more use effect. So in here this dependency, so if you receive any error, so basically here if error, then immediately I'm just going to call here the stop function. Okay, so now ideally so let's try asking again. So here let me just say hi here. Okay, fine. You can see now the content that we have on the screen, so I think I can hide this one. This is what we have received here. I'll create a NextJS application using this application display, this one. So now let's worry about this styling of this chart component. Okay, we are able to stream, and also this clicking on this, we should open the preview component the right hand side, which we haven't designed yet. So let's first focus on the styling of the chart component. So here I am in this chart container. First thing, let's make the main div as a flex. Okay, and also the direction to be a column, and also the padding bottom I'm going to add in some 4 and gap of 2. Okay, and overflow, let's have this y auto in the overflow, and max height, let's set this one to full. Okay, I can show you guys just in a while. And also this one, the styling for this div, and first let's have this unique index so that we don't receive any issues. And for this styling, this one also, let me just make this as a flex, and also the column, let's have some padding, and also the shadow effect. So I'm just going to have small shadow, and white space I'm going to add in this pre-wrap. Okay, and if this message dot role is not equals to user, then I'm going to have this background as accent, else I'll have this so for this we need to handle for dark theme also. So let's have this for dark, let's have this bg white 5. Okay, and I'm going to have some border text accent foreground. Okay, and also we need to handle the text color in our dark thing. So dark, so let's have this text muted foreground, and also padding in the y direction 4, rounded 2 times extra large, gap of 4, and width full. Okay, so that's if the user role is user is not user. Okay, now the vice versa. So let's have this background gradient to bottom, and here I'm just going to have from black to black 10. Okay, and if it's a darker, let's have some more black color. So and okay, so to black of let's say 50, and padding in the y direction I'm just going to have 2, and this rounded extra large and gap of 2 width, let's set this to fit. Okay, yep, that's the thing, the styling. And also I'm just going to add in this font serif. Okay, that's for main div. And also for the images, so same like we had for, so I'm just going to have some margin right, and also this inline block width and height, let's just restrict to 12. And object, let's have this cover. Okay, and rounded I'm just going to have this large, and background I'm just going to set this to 8. Okay, so we'll just see that in a while. Okay, I can show that by having a default message in a messages array and then seeing that on a UI, but yeah, that's fine. And now here this div, which is very important. So as of now, how are we? So this is how it is looking now, the user's message, and then the styling for the message that we are receiving. And I can just now run disable all breakpoints so that we don't see this. That's fine, and so that I can just see, we can just focus on the styling part. And now this each div where we are trying to wrap in the object has to be styled. So what I'm going to do for this div, let's add padding in the y direction and also in the left. And width, I'm just going to make this as a full. If it's a medium screen, let's have width set to max. Flex, and also let's just center this items and have some border, and also this rounded extra large. Select none, and also hover, I'm just going to add in this background white color, and just the dark, if it's a dark screen, let's on hovering, I'm going to have this background white by 5, and hover, let's have this cursor pointer. Okay, I think that's fine. And for the icon div, let's add in this rounded 0.5 rems. Okay, width also I'm just going to restrict it to 10. Background, let's have this black color 5. Okay, if it's the dark, I'm just going to have this vice versa, which is white color. And self stretch is what will apply, and make this as a flex. And items, I'm just going to make this center. Again, justify also, let's just apply the center. Okay, that's for terminal. And finally the content, so it's going to be just simple. So let's add in some padding in the left direction, so which is going to be left, some padding of left 2, and right, let's have some more. And direction, I want it to be column, so that will make this as a flex and column. And the main title, let's make this as the bold text. So font bold, and font, I'm just going to apply the sans, and also text, let's make this as small, and the color to be of the primary. And now coming down to this clicking text. Okay, font, let's make this sans. Okay, and text also smaller. Text, I'm just going to make this as a muted foreground. Okay, yeah. And finally the loader indicator, we are going to show this one in the flex, the items center gap of 1, text to be smaller, and text I'm just going to apply this muted foreground. Okay, yep, I think we should be good with this chart component. So now let's try testing this now. So I'm just going to test this. Later we'll ask the valid questions. So hi, and generating. So let's see now the streaming. Yep. Yeah, so now we have this the terminal. And clicking on this, we should open the preview section where we still doesn't have that. So now our focus, we will shift towards the preview component. So that what I'm going to do, let's try to create a preview component inside our components folder. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as this preview.tsx. okay, so in this we need to have two sections, one for a code and another for preview. Okay, so this what I'm going to do. Let me try to wrap this one. First let's create a simple function so that I can preview. Okay, so let's have this simple component. And also, so now thinking of the props that will be sending to this component is going to this page section of our application. So the place where we will try to include the preview is after this div. So here the preview first is the selected tab, that is the current tab that we wanted to pass, so that we know is it the code or preview section, and the callback function to update the preview the tab values, and the loading indicator, and also for preview loader, and then main thing, the capsule, the code capsule that we need to pass, and also the result that we got from our sandbox. That's very important for us to pass in the Sandbox URL, and so that we can see that preview, and then the option to close this the right hand section. Okay, so that's what we'll be passing on to this preview component. So here let's import this preview. So the API key, I'm just going to make this as a optional this one, so I'm just going to leave this as it is. Okay, and now this selected tab, this one, which is going to be the current tab. Okay, and on selected tab change, this one I'm going to use this set current tab callback function. And after this, like I just said, the loading, so is chat loading or not, that one we are going to add in here, which is nothing but the is loading value. And after this is preview loading, so that we are storing inside this is preview loading variable. And the capsule, so I'm just going to pass in this capsule, and also this result, which is going to be the result. I'm just going to typecast this to execution result. Okay, and finally the on close callback function. So this all we need to do is we need to update our capsule to undefined. Okay, so here let me just set this one to undefined. Okay, and now we need to go to this component and add in all the props that I just mentioned, and we will get started with building this component. So for us to start building here, let me just add in the props, the API key, which can be a string or it can be undefined. Okay, that's this thing. And the selected tab, it can be just code or the capsule. Okay, and on selected tab change, the callback function, which is going to be of type this dispatch set state action. We have this two values, code or this capsule. Okay, fine. And then is chart loading, which is going to be the boolean, and also is preview loading, which is again going to be a boolean. Then this capsule, which is like optional, and I'm just going to have this d partial of the schema that we have this the capsule schema, and also the result, which is going to be of type this execution result, and finally this on close callback function. Okay, so here let's just destructure each of them. The selected tab, on selected tab change, is chart loading, is preview loading, and then the capsule result, and finally the on close callback function. Okay, so now once we have this simple, first thing we'll check if we don't have this capsule. Okay, then I'm just going to return null here, so I'm not going to do anything here. And now do we have the link available? Okay, so that I'm going to capture in this variable. So is link available, so this is going to be this result whatever we have inside this template. If this is not equals to this code interpreter, which I'm going to add at the end, this multi line. Okay, okay, so for now I'm just going to, we have not added any of the templates as of now. We're restricting to one developer template, so let's just keep this as the value. Okay, fine. And now inside this div, what we are going to do, we are going to have a tabs, one for code, one for capsule. Okay, so for that I need to add in this tabs dependency. So let me just add in that. So once we add this, we'll import this, and we'll wrap these two sections inside this I'm doing in the wrong folder. Yep, now I should install that. So let's install this, and we'll import this into this thing. What's the problem? Okay, npx yeah, so it's installing. So let's yeah, it is installed. Let's import now. I'm just going to import the tabs which we have just installed, and for this value I'm just going to attach in this the selected tab, and also on value change we just need to update this, that is we have to pass this value to our the callback function. So in this case, this is the on selected tab change, and here I'm just going to pass in here, and let me just mention its type. It can be of code or this capsule. Okay, so yep, and yeah, and so here fine, and after that, so I'm just going to add in a button kind of which says like to close or to open. Okay, so like to close the sidebar. So let's just try to wrap this one inside this provider, and I'm just going to wrap this inside this tooltip provider, so that I'm just going to say like this is the icon or the button for closing the sidebar. And inside this, let's go for this tooltip, this delay duration, let me just have this 0, and the triggering point, this is going to be the trigger point, it's going to be this button. So I'm just going to import this button component, and let's make this variant as the ghost. Size, let's just make this as the icon, and the styling, let's just have this text to be muted foreground, and also the on click. Okay, here on click I'm just going to pass in this on close callback function. Now inside this I'm just going to have this chevron's right icon from Blazor React, and height and width I'm just going to set this to 5. Okay, yep, and after this trigger I'm just going to have this this tooltip content, which we are going to say this as the close sidebar. Fine, yep. So now we have this button with the tooltip content as well. After that we'll have the tabs list, one for the code and another for capsule. Okay, so just below this one I'm just going to add in these 2 tabs. The styling I will do it later. So here I'm just going to add in this tabs list, and for this even the styling I'm just going to do this later. This tabs trigger point, and here this value it's going to be this code, and here if this chart is loading I'm going to add in here the loader circle icon, and this stroke width, let's just set this to 3, and this height and width I'm just going to set this to 3. Okay, and let's apply this animate spin. Okay, fine, that's only if it's a loading. And after this, the text of this, it's going to be this code. So same thing, we'll have one more trigger for the capsule. So here I'm just going to change this, the value, it's going to be the capsule. Okay, and the disabled, so this will be disabled if we don't have this result. And also the styling for this, let's just make this font as the normal, and the text to be extra small, and padding in the y direction. So and in the x direction gap I'm just going to have this 1 flex, make this item center. Okay, fine. On this I think I'll just do this later. Fine, the text, it's going to be it's as the preview, and here instead of this chart I'm just going to add in here this preview loading. Okay, fine, and yeah, I think yep, and I'm just going to remove this text. Okay, fine, and now I think for now that should do. Okay, this is the preview component, and the place where we are referring, so I'm just going to here let's try to load this. Yep, so let's try this high and see what we are seeing. Okay, yeah, you can see the styling, it's not good. Okay, so let's focus on the styling of this preview component. So going to this preview component, so the div the div which we have, the main div, let's make this as the absolute. Okay, yep. So if I just try again, so we have in here, okay, now this one, let's say if it's the medium, let's make this as the relative. And also, okay, I want it to be at the top, and also the left should be 0, and the shadow, let's add in this 2 times extra large, and if it's a medium, let's have this rounded the top left 3 times XL, and also if it's a medium, this I want bottom left also the 3 times XL, and have some border left. Okay, so that it shows some distinction between the left and right side, and also the border in the y direction, and the background I want it to be this popover, and height and width I'm just going to set this to full. Okay, and overflow, let's just make this auto. Okay, so if I try this again now, yeah, so we have in this side, so this should be in the right side of our section. Okay, so let's change that to come at the bottom right. What should I do as, so going to this page component, the main the div that we have, so here we need to change this accordingly. So first thing, let's try to, yep, we have in here this grid, and also the actual div of this one. So this is where we need to change the column span from 2 to this should be dynamic. So for us to make this dynamic, what I'm going to do is let's change this one to dynamic styling. So in here, instead of just having a column span of 2, so here if we have this capsule defined, okay, then I'm going to change this one to 1 column span, and else we'll have this 2 column span occupied. Okay, so now yeah, you can see now. So basically, so if I try asking again some question, okay, so yeah, you can see it's opening on the right hand side, and the code we should populate here, which we don't have the components and all that stuff. So we are going to work, and this is going to help us close the sidebar, and this should open this one. Okay, so the thing that we want, so this to open and this to close is working as of now, but the thing that we need to showcase in the code section and the preview section, we need to work on that. Okay, yep. And also, yeah, I need to work on the styling of the tabs. So going on to this the preview component, so inside this the tabs, the div where we wrapped in the tabs. Okay, even for the tabs, so I'm just going to add in this height to be full, and also let's make this as a flex, the flex direction to be column, and items I'm just going to add in this as a start, and justify also I'm just going to apply this start one. Okay, so just I can just showcase you that. So basically it's here now, and also the div, this one, let's make this one as the width full, and also some padding in all direction. I'm just going to make this as a grid. Let's have this 3 columns, and items I'm just going to center, and a border will have some border at the bottom. Okay, yeah, so it was at the center. And also Now coming down to the tabs list that we have, this div, let's make this as the flex and also justify. I'm just going to center this, and for this list let's have some padding, and also here I'm just going to add in some border and height. Let's make this as 8. So this is for list, the triggering points and all that. And styling for this code thing also, just the font, I'm just going to make this normal text to be extra small, and padding in the x direction and also the y direction. Let's have this gap of 1, flex, item, center. Okay, yep. Yeah, and also this we already applied. I think now it should be good. The preview which we added, and also we should show the code part now. So basically let's say that so I have in here the capsule, then I need to show that in the code in the capsule section and the code section. Okay, so that one, so what I'm going to do is let's try in here. If we have this capsule, so inside this, I'm just going to wrap this inside this div. Okay, so inside this thing, the tabs content for the value of the code, the style, I'm just going to give here this full hide as a full. So if we have this capsule.code and the capsule dot this file path, then I'm just we are supposed to show the file path along with that content in that. Okay, so for as of now we do not have the component for us to showcase that. So let's create that one. Okay, so that one, what I'm going to do is let's have a first the component where we wanted to have a like for a code view. Okay, so if I just show that at least the styling in for the tabs triggering buttons, so this is how it's going to be now, the code part and the preview part. Okay, so as of now, if we create a components for us to showcase the content under each tabs section, then we are almost done. Okay, and the personas and also the images for this needs to be showcased, and these are the like models and all. That's fine. So I wanted to have a code view component, so let's create in here this new file. I'm just going to name this as like code view. Okay, so here I'm going to use the Prism.js, which is going to give us the good code visual for us. So let's install that. I'm going to install this JS. Okay, and also the themes. So basically you can just refer that GitHub of those the themes. So this is what we are going to use. Okay, so you can just see this library. Okay, so this is what I am going to use, so you can just refer to this docs and install. Okay, so once we install this, and I should and also I'm going to get the themes from here. So going back, the themes that we want, you can see whichever the color theme that you want, you can just pick those things. Clicking on this, you'll get that. Okay, so I already have that the stylings for that theme. Okay, so let me just create inside here this new file called this code theme.css. Okay, you can refer from the link that I'll be sharing. So this is the thing. So basically I can just show you one example. Okay, so here are the themes. So if I just show one example, so these are the color codings and all for the code section and all that, depending upon the language and all those things. So you can take whichever you like that theme. So I took here one theme, okay, and that we are going to use this. So going to this Gradio component, now we'll import the stylings, which here it's going to be this code theme.css, okay. And also now let's create this function. I'm going to name this as the code view, and here we are going to pass in this code along with this language of the code. So both it's going to be of type string. So language it's going to be of type string, and inside this, so let's try to wrap this the Prisma highlight all inside this use effect. So on change of code, we are going to highlight that syntax, okay. So this one, let's import from this library which we just installed, okay. And we need to install this type. So let's just install this, okay, fine. And so in here I'm just going to call this highlight all function, and this would be triggering on change of the code, okay. And also here all I'm going to do is use this and also the languages that we are going to support. So here let's say it's the JavaScript, okay. So this Prisma JS components, Prisma JavaScript, okay. We are going to import in this way. So same applies to whichever these languages. So JSX, and here I'm just going to import couple of more things, the for Python, okay. And then for TSX, and then the TypeScript, okay. So I think that should be fine, so I'm just going to leave. So others we can just import if you need the support for, okay. So yeah, okay, fine, this should do for now. And now here all I'm going to do, let's just have this code block inside this, and for this we are going to pass in this language lang code, okay. And here I'm just going to pass in this code padding 4, and also the top I'm just going to add in, and style we can just do the font size. I'm just going to set this to 12, and also this background color we can just change this one. So let's just make this as the transparent, and this border radius I'm just going to leave this to 0, and margin also let's just leave to 0, okay, fine. So we have this code view component, and we'll use this and prepare a component for the capsule part, okay. And yeah, so I'm just going to create in here, let's name this as the capsule code, okay, TSX. And here let's just create that function. I'm just going to name this as capsule code, okay. Here we are going to send in the files as the props for this, which will have this name which is of type the string, and then the content which is going to be a string, and this is the array, okay, fine. And now inside this let's focus on this div, okay. So I'm just going to iterate through each of those files inside this div. So let's just have this access to the particular file, and each file I'm going to first showcase the name of the file, and then the option to copy the content of the file, and also the option to download the file into a local system, and then the view of that code. Okay, so that all I'm just going to wrap that inside this div. Okay, for now let's just close this view. Okay, so okay, and this one I'll have this divs to showcase the copy option and also download option. And finally, after this after this div, so here I'm just going to add in the code view component which we just created, and the code, it's going to be the content of the current file and also the language that we need to pass in. So for this, to have the current file, let's just create a local state variables for us to keep track of them. So here I'm just going to create in here this current file, and this the callback function to update that current file. This one I'm just going to by default assign the first file name. Okay, and then this current file content I'm just going to collect in this way. Current file content files dot we'll just find using this file dot name matching to this current file. Okay, and this one I'm just going to get an hands on to this content. Okay, yep, so now we have the current file content. So what I'm going to do, let's just pass on this one or else the empty string, and this language current file dot split. I'm just going to split by this dot, and whatever we have the last value, so that would be the language thing. Okay, so this is still not complete, so a lot of work is pending here, but at least we have this component. So let's try to go to our preview component, and the section there where we wanted to add in this, I'm going to include that so that we can see at least some part of it in our UI. Okay, so here instead of this fragment, I'm just going to add in this capsule code component and pass in these files, which in this case it's going to be the list of this name, which is going to be the capsule dot the file path and the content of that. So this is going to be the capsule or dot code. Okay, and I need to close this. Okay, so here I'm just going to yep. Okay, fine, let's give a try. Okay, ideally we should see the code content here. Okay, yeah, this is how we are seeing now. This one needs to be styled. So what I'm going to do is yep, so for this one, the div where we are trying to have, let's have this overflow in the auto. Okay, and width and height I'm going to set this to full. Okay, and it should be properly showcased. Okay, so this is how it is. We are able to see this content here now, but the styling of this should be changed. So we can do this by going into this one, and we need to style this component. So coming down to styling of this component, let's make this as a flex and also the direction to be column and the height as full. Okay, yeah, I'm just going to show you that in a while, but that's fine. Okay, and here this div also, I'm just going to make this as a flex item center, padding of x in the x direction 2 in the top one, and let's have some gap of 2. Okay, and here are these files, the flex, and let's occupy the all of the space and also gap of 2. Overflow, I want in the x direction to be auto. Yep. And this is for file section, and the actual part here for the code thing, let's make this as a flex column, and also the overflow in the x direction to be auto. So let's just try to have a look at it now. Okay, it is still in this way. Okay, fine, I'll adjust that. Meanwhile, let's try to complete this part. So here the files that we'll be having here, I'll show the name of the file, along with that the file icon. Okay, so for this, the key I'm going to add in this the file.name, and also the on click we should set the current file as this one. So this current file, and now all I'm going to do is pass this file.name, and also here let's have this file text icon, and height and width I'm just going to set this to 4, and after this, below this, I'll have this title name. Okay, file name. Yep, so this will be, yeah, this is the file name that we have, so this needs to be adjusted. So coming down to styling of this div, let's make this one as a flex and have some gap in the between them, and select none, and cursor, let's make this as a pointer, text to be very small, and the text, let's suggest a muted foreground. Okay, and the padding in the x direction y, and also this rounded, I'm just going to have this medium on hover. I'm going to make this background to be muted, and we'll have some border. And also, so if the file that is the selected, it's the current file, then I'm just going to have this background muted, and a border also muted, else will not have any styling for that. Okay, yeah, I think now it's bit clear. And okay, and then after this file showcasing, just in here, what is that I'm going to have is the buttons, one to the copy the content of the file, and other to download it. So that one, so let's have this everything wrapped inside this tooltip provider, and like it's just the normal, like we have wrapped every other button. So this tooltip delay duration, let's, yep, and here the trigger point as the child, and inside this I'm just going to have in here this copy icon, or else let's do one thing, let's try to create the component for that. Let's, yep, okay, I'm just going to create in here for that. So copy button. Okay, so here Let's export the copy button. So I'm just going to add in here. Okay, and also I'm just going to forward this reference, okay, of this HTML button element, and here this will have some props that we can set for this variant, which is going to be this button props variant. Okay, and then the content that we want, and also the on copy callback function. After this we'll have the class additional styling that we wanted to pass in, so which is the optional thing. And now here let's, by default I'm just going to set the values for this. Okay, so let's just return variant. Let's just set this one to ghost, and then the content, okay, and on copy callback function, class name, and other props. Okay, so here let's have this state variable like copied, set copied. So by default we'll have the value inside this as a false, and we'll have this function which is going to help us perform the copy action, which is we are going to pass in the content for this. So set copied, let's set this one to true, and then this navigator dot clipboard, we are going to write the text whatever we are receiving as the param for this, and we are just going to set this timeout, and in this I'm just going to set back this copied value to false after a second. Okay, yep, and then I'm just going to trigger this function. So this is the copy function, and now here all we are going to do is use this button component and attach the props that we have, and the reference I'm just going to attach to this, and variant, let's attach this variant. The size I'm going to set this one to icon. The class name, let's attach this the class name. Okay, on click the copy, I'm going to pass in this content. Okay, fine, and inside this, if it's a copied, the icon, it's going to be this check icon, and the height and width I'm just going to set this to 4. If not, we'll have this copy icon. Let's import this, and the same height and width I'm just going to set this to 4. Okay, so this is going to be the copy button component. So I'm just going to add in this copy button, the display name, it's going to be this copy button. Okay, fine. Now here, going here inside this the capsule code component, so let's use this component which we just created, the copy button component, and this content that I'm going to pass in is this the current file content, or else this empty string, and I'm just going to mute this the foreground. Okay, yep. Yeah, and also after this trigger we are going to add in this tooltip content. So this one, this tooltip content, I'm just going to make this one as the copy, and also I want the side to be bottom. Okay, fine, and yeah, I think now let me just copy this one, and I'm just going to create the same one below here for the download functionality. So here the triggering point, instead of this copy button, we'll have this simple button. This variant, I'm going to make this as a ghost, and also this size to be icon. Okay, and the text, let me just mute the foreground, and on click we need to perform this download option. And also here let me just have this download icon. This height and width, I'm just going to set this to 4. Okay, and the content, tooltip content, let's change this to download. Okay, so if I just show this one now, yeah, let me just try it again. Yep. This is how it is looking for now. I think the styling that I should change this one, and yep, so it is changing back. Okay, so this shouldn't be in the same div. Okay, that we are going to take care. And also this one, let's just make this as a flex and some gap between them. Okay, so I'm just going to have some gap. Yep, so there is some gap between them. And so this is the fragment code, and then download functionality we need to add in here. So that's going to be simple. I'm just going to create in here this download function and this file name, and also the content of that file. We are going to pass this as a props. So let's create this blob object. So this one, this is going to be this new blob, and I'm just going to pass in this content, and also this type, it's going to be this text slash plain. And using that blob, we are going to create URL, object URL, okay, by this blob. And also all we are going to do is create a own document, this anchor tag element, and attach in here the style display to be none, and also this download attach in this file name, and this document dot body dot append child, this anchor tag. And all we are going to do is trigger click event on that, and then later we will revoke object URL. Along that we'll remove that as a child of our body. So this window dot URL, let's just revoke object URL, and then I'm just going to remove this child. Okay, fine. And now instead of this placeholder, when the user is trying to click here, all I'm going to do is let's just use this download function which we just created, download, okay, and pass in this current file, along with that the current file content. Okay, fine. Yep, yeah, this is the functionality. And yeah, so going to this the preview section, the problem here is in here, that needs to be changed because the code has to be downside. So for us to work on that, so this needs to be completely outside of this div. So let me just take this one and have this outside of this. Okay, so now let's just check this. Okay, just let's check this. Yep, now it's looking good, the code that we want here. Okay, and also the name of the file, and the closing thing, and also the option to copy and also to download. This should trigger the, it's not working. Why is that? So going to the function, the download function, did I? So all I'm doing is on clicking, trying to call this download function. It should download the file, but it didn't. Okay, let's try again. How about this copying? Yeah, copying is working fine. And this download, why isn't this working? This download functionality, all I'm doing is creating a blob out of the content and creating object URL, create element, display none, I'm attaching. Okay, the thing is we forgot to add in this href, which is important, the URL. Okay, that is why we are not able to download. And now I think we should be good to download the file. Let me just, okay, so okay, so we have the code and now we should be downloading the file. Yep. Okay, fine. Yes, so the code component that so if I ask, like, help me create a simple SaaS landing page using Tailwind CSS, it should help us generate the code and see this one. Okay, let's see this, the code part. Yep, so it did generate and we are seeing here still a lot of corrections that we are going to make. That's fine. Okay, at least it's visible and it's good looking. So the next thing that we wanted to lay our focus on is on our the preview section. Okay, so that needs to be one more component where I should create. Okay, so if for that one, what are we going to do is, let's create the same way like we did create the capsule code. I'm going to create a component called like capsule interpreter. Okay, so here let's create this as this capsule interpreter.tsx. okay, so I'm just going to have in here the component, let's export this component called this capsule interpreter, that is like the code snippet that we wanted to see. Okay, so this one, it's going to be this execution result of this interpreter. Okay, so I'm just going to have this result here, and now here inside this, what are we going to get is we need to handle a lot of things. If there is a runtime error, we need to showcase that, and also our results can contain a text, PDFs, images, and code like LaTeX, HTML, JSON, and all. For now, we'll just have the image and along with that logs. So I'm just going to prepare a simple reusable component here above, which I'm going to name that as like logs output. Okay, so here let's have this one as this logs output. Okay, so this standard out, which is going to be the string array, and this error, which is going to be string array. Let's create these two things. Okay, and here if this standard out dot length is equals to 0 and this standard error dot length is equals to 0, so let's just return this as a null. Okay, else let's have this wrapped inside this div component, and if we have this standout, all I'm going to do is we'll just showcase in one pre-tag. Okay, length if it's greater than 0. Okay, and I'm just going to iterate through this map the string. Okay, and this index number, this pre key I'm just going to attach in the index. Okay, and text, let's make this as extra small, and this out. Okay, fine. That's for this one. Same thing, let's just copy this one for error also. Let's have this one, so I'm just going to change here this to error, and also this one, let's change this, and except that here let's have this error thing text color to be red color, 500. Okay, and also we want this one to be in flex, and also width and height. Let's just have this maximum height set to 32, and overflow in y direction to be auto on flex. Column items, I'm just going to make this as a start and justify. Let's just start this space in y direction 1. Okay, padding 4. Okay, fine. So this will see in the screen in just a while. Yeah, this is like simple logs output component. Okay, now this interpreter, we are going to show this one normally. Okay, for this one, let's just destructure of this result only the things that we are going to use. One is this cell results, and this standard output, and then this error, and then this runtime error. Okay, so first thing, if we have runtime error, so that is if we have this runtime error, I am going to return this part, this styling, and I'm just going to add some padding, and inside this we will just use this alert the component. Okay, I'm just going to add in that alert component. So let's just import this one, and here this variant I'm just going to make this one as a destructive, and inside this I'm going to have in this terminal icon of height and width 4. Okay, and here this alert title, let me have this name and the value. So here is what we are going to show, and this name and value I'm going to get again from this. Let me just destructure this runtime error, this name, value, and this trace back the raw error that we received, and that we are going to show inside this description. Okay, so here let's make this font type to be mono, and also white space pre-wrap. Okay, so here, yep, Yeah, so that's if we have any error. Now let's just fine. So if we have cell results, okay, so this is what we are going to do. So this, if cell results is greater than 0, so first thing, let's get this image, which this image, I'm just going to name this as in base64. Okay, so this cell results of this png, okay, and then I'm just going to pass on the image to this. Okay, let's have a styling wise, I'll just change, we'll do this later. And here this image component, the source that we are going to attach in this data, which is in the base64 format. Okay, so yep, and this alt, it's going to be this result, and width, let's set this one to 600, and height I'm going to set this to 400. Okay, so that's the image, and just below this div I'm just going to show this logs output and pass in the standard output and the standard error. Fine. Yep, and now if you don't have any results, when there is an error, we need to also show that. So I'm just going to copy this thing, and here below, if this standard output length is greater than 0, or the error is greater than 0, then we are going to showcase this. Else we are just going to show that there's no results or no output or no logs inside this span. Okay, so no output or logs. Okay, at least this styling still needs to be done, but we have this interpreter that we can use, and also all I have to do is create the component where I can attach in this iframe, and also the this thing. So let's create I mean, we are going to wrap this component inside our the capsule preview component. Okay, and there we'll use this interpreter if it's the multi-language thing, or else I'm going to have for the other personas like capsule web component that will be showcasing in the right side. Okay, so let's quickly create the component for that. Like, I'm just going to name this as capsule web. Just after this component, we'll see this in preview. Okay, so it's going to be quite simple. First thing is we will have a the iframe with whatever the result URL that we get, and also the I mean, let's just see this in view so that at least we'll have some idea. Capsule web, and here we are going to attach in this result, which is going to be of type this execution result web. Okay, and in here, first thing, let's have this local variable for to maintain this iframe key. So set iframe key. Okay, so here by default we'll just set this to 1, and I'll just create one function which is going to help me refresh this iframe. Okay, so all we are going to do is update this to previous key whatever we have by just incrementing that by 1. Okay, and here I'm just going to, in the div, let's have this iframe, and key, let's pass in this iframe key, and the styling, let's set this to item width to full, and this sandbox I'm just going to allow this forms, and also this allow scripts, allow this same origin. Okay, and loading, let's pass in this lazy, and the source we are going to attach in this result dot URL. Okay, for now let's just keep this as it is, and we'll use this. Still we have a lot to again to style and all. Okay, now we have this web, so I'm just going to create in here a simple component. Okay, so for a final preview component. Okay, so capsule preview.tsx. okay, so in here let's just, for now I'm just going to worry about our only Next.js developer persona. We'll try to handle for others later. So let's name this as this capsule preview, and this result which is going to be of type this execution result. So here I'm just going to return the whatever we have this capsule web, and I'm going to attach in this result of this. Okay, okay, fine. So there's an issue. So going here, this web, okay, that's fine. We can just change the type definition of the capsule web to result as well. Okay, so won't we have okay, I'm just going to change this one back to web, and also here the preview, let me change this one also to web. Okay, so now we have this preview component, and I need to use this to see now. So going to our preview component here, after this tabs content, here I'm just going to add in one more thing. Now if the value is this capsule, okay, and this class name, I'm just going to assign this height to be full. So if we have this result, then I'm going to attach in here the capsule preview, and this result, let's just type as this one. That's fine. Let's just execution result web, or else let's just change this one to any. Okay, yeah, I think now at least we should have something to see on our screen. Okay, so we have in here the code which we'll be seeing, and the preview part it's loading. So let's see this. Okay, we are seeing this as a bad gateway. Okay. Why is this? Let's just inspect this one. So inspecting, I am seeing here okay, but at least we are able to attach the preview component and all. This we are receiving here bad gateway. Let me just check that, and once that is done, we should be good to see those the code that is generated in preview. I just built the container again, and let's try to check this now. So just the hi, and later we'll try to see if it's working or not. Yeah, this is the simple thing that we have. Let's wait. Yep. Now we have here the text that we have. That's fine. And the code for this one, we are seeing the preview of that here. So if I ask can you make the text color to red, so now we should see that welcome to NextJS to be in the red text. If that's working fine, then we'll complete the other things. Yep. Yeah, it's working. So now going to this capsule code component, the place where we have not this capsule code, the preview component. Let me just minimize this one. This web needs to be styled so that it looks better than to whatever we are seeing now. This one, let me just make this to be flex, and also this column width and height, I want it to take full thing. Okay, so now let's see. Yep, now it is full screen, and as I said, after this iframe we'll have a div where we will have a button to refresh, and also the URL that will be trying to showcase of the sandbox. Along with that, the option to copy the URL. Okay, so let me just create in here quickly this div. So some padding, and also this border will have at the top. Okay, and inside this one I'm just going to quickly add in this tooltip provider, and here the tooltip this delay duration. So it's just the standard, you can just reuse or create reusable component, because I think we are using it in the lot of the places. Okay, so as child, and here I'm just going to use this button component, make this variant as this link, and this text, let's just make this muted foreground, and on click I'm going to call this refresh iframe, and we'll have this here this rotate icon. So let's just change this one to clockwise. Okay, fine, and the height and width, let's just set this to 4. So yep, and after this, what is the issue? Tooltip trigger. Okay, this should be imported, so let me just import this. Yep, and after this, the content of that, which we are going to have in here, this refresh. Okay, so let me just copy this provider part, and below this we are going to have one more I'm going to showcase in the span tag the URL. So this result dot URL, and after this, below this, I'm going to have one more a tooltip provider. Now instead of this normal button, the option to copy that URL. Okay, so this variant, let's make this as a link. This content of that, it's going to be this result.url, and again this one we are just going to mute this foreground. Okay, and the text of this should be this copy URL. Okay, and this needs to be styled. That's fine, I'm just going to do that in a while. So let's again check this once again, and if it's okay, and then we'll complete the stylings of this. Yeah, preview. Yep, so we have here, and there is a refresh icon, URL, and the copy thing. So this needs to be styled for us to make this one. This is going to be straightforward. Make this as a flex, and let's item them center. Background, I'm just going to mute them, and if it's a dark, I'm just going to make this background white, and this rounded 2 times extra large. Okay, yep, so it's looking better now. And also the URL, I'm going to style a bit. So this again, it's also just the simple, we are just going to mute this foreground, and also text, let's make this as a extra small, and also let's let it occupy all of the space except the both the tooltip providers. And the text, let's make this as the ellipses. Okay, and overflow, let's hide it, and white space, no wrap. Okay, yeah, I think we should be good with this component. So let's just check one last time. So if this is good, this code, yeah, fine. The preview, yeah, now it's looking decent. That's good, fine. Yep, so okay, so this is doing good. So let's say we wanted to change this one. Can you add shimmer button next to the below the title using framer motion in red color. Okay, so let's see how this is going to be now. Okay, so we should have a button. Yep, so yes, so we have this shimmer button. That's fine. So looking at the code, yes, it has added framer motion button and all that stuff. And let's see, we will ask like can you create OpenAI like playground to test the models to see how prompts are performing against various models. Okay, let's see how this is going to create. Okay, so code it's generating, and also on the preview now. We should have, okay, it's good. Yep, so we have this playground and also the button to submit. Okay, if I mean, it depends upon the way that we were going to phrase, and also the models. The other models, I'm going to show you how to get the API keys for each of them, but I'm not going to show all of it testing here. And this is just like straightforward of testing all of this. Okay, not a big deal. And also this templates, same, it's going to be very much similar like we just did. Create the template build, the name of that, just template init. Okay, it's going to create e2b.docker file, and then we need to we should know all those, how to spin up a container for the respective application that we are trying to build. And once we have that, so if you wanted to customize something, you can write a bash script or have some starter file that you wanted to copy onto a container and then build it. So once we have that, we'll be generated the ID of the container and use that to run whatever the code that we wanted to inside that. Okay, so it's as simple as that. And yep, so okay, and now testing here. Fine, this is looking good. So let's try to see undo. Yep, it did. Delete this, and it should remove. Delete should clear the chat. Okay, fine. And also this file input, we did disable that, so that's why it's not applying. But if it's enabled, it's going to be the fine. So I think whatever I wanted to cover, I think I did cover, except that I just added in only one persona. Okay, if you guys want the other personas, like just do comment. I'll just guide you how to do that. I think it's self-explanatory if you just go to this the things and all. Okay, and deployment, I told you guys I'm going to show you. Okay, can you create a SaaS starter landing page for a startup whose main feature is generating AI videos in the portrait and landscape mode. Okay, so yeah, so the intent, I told you how to deploy. It's straightforward, guys. Okay, you have this code. Okay, this is like starter thing, portrait mode and all. Okay, okay, fine. I mean, it's not that great, but it's okay. Okay-ish. I think it's good. So now it's very important, the info that I'm going to say. I'm not going to showcase you guys. So the deploying into Vercel is very straightforward, which I showcased in one of my application build, or else you can just Google it, how simply you can deploy a NextJS application. All you have to do is connect your GitHub account to Vercel account and then click on deploy. It should be done, and you should have an URL. Okay, fine. So now we just tested with this GPT-4o. I'm going to show you how to get all of the keys that you want for other things. Okay, first thing, let me just open this Gemini AI Studio. Okay, so this is where you can get an API keys for so just sign in here. Okay, so once you sign in, if you go to here, get API key, I already created one, so you just create the API key and you will be generated one API key and use that. Okay, so the environment variable that you need to set for you to use the Gemini AI is just set Google generative AI API key. Okay, then you should be good to use it. Okay, that's how you get the Google's AIs. And now going to this Grok. Okay, so yep, just Google this Grok API keys, and if you just log in into it, you can just create in here the API key and get that, and you can in UI select that model and you should be good. In environment variable you need to set Grok underscore API underscore key. Okay, that's a second thing. Okay, and now the Anthropic API key. Okay, so all you need to do again here, just go to this console.anthropic.ai. so I'm just going to log in here. You can log in with any of your account. So once you log in, you have here get API keys. Just create your API key and get that API key, and you should be you should be good with that. And in environment variable, just create Anthropic underscore API underscore key and assign the value that you get here for that. So I showed you Anthropic, Grok, Gemini, and I need to show you the Fireworks and Mistral. Okay, so let's see now Mistral API key. So here again, this is also, it's going to be straightforward. Okay, so for this you need to just create a account, sign in, and come to the API section, create new key. I already have this created and tested it out, it's working. So just create this and create environment variable Mistral underscore API underscore key, and you should be good to use that. And finally I'm just going to show you this Fireworks API key. Okay, so this one, just log on to this Fireworks website. Just a while, it will take some time. What's happening? Okay, yeah, fireworks.ai login. So just wait. So the same thing, it's also this simple straightforward way. Go to API sections and get that and create a fireworks underscore API underscore key. So now I showed you all of the providers that I added in the UI. So OpenAI and also the Google Gemini models, Mistral, Grok, Fireworks. I showed you together AI in the previous, and this is for Olama. Also it's going to be similar, and Anthropic. Okay, fine. So this is how you can get that. And also the personas, I showed you for one persona you can create for n number of personas. Just you need to have some knowledge on to create a Docker files for the respective stack or the let's say like Gradio or Streamlit, or else you can you want to have a Python data analyst personas and all that stuff, like specific to the application that you wanted to play with and the dependencies that you wanted to create. The template I showed you, you need to add in those all dependencies and create it. Okay, it's simple. And also in the initial I just showed you how to get the Supabase thing and log in into using that. And yes, I understand I'm not showcasing everything of configuring the callback URLs for providers like GitHub, Google and log in using the email and configuring the email client, sending emails and all that stuff, because you will get it out there. You can just refer from there. And I think I showcased almost all that's required. And for getting one more thing, for rate limiting, you can use either this Upstash. The Upstash, I think I showcased in the previous application, so you can take how to get the REST API token and URL here, or else there's a partnership between Vercel KV and Upstash, so you can directly once you connect your GitHub to your Vercel account, you will be able to create 1 DB. Okay, so if I just showcase here in a dashboard, so I just created this one. So going to this storage, once you create like you can go ahead to storage section and create a database and select in here this KV powered by Upstash. So once you create this will provide you, so if I just open here, so this will provide you all the details that you need. So for example, this environment variable, so these are the things that you need for us to limit the user, the number of calls that they're going to make against a particular provider per day, or whatever the limit that we wanted to set the window. Okay, you can collect these values and configure in our application. So that will be so if you recall, in this rate limit, we need this this is going to be this REST, okay, KV REST API URL and REST API token. So these are the values exactly that you need. You just copy whatever you get from here and configure it, and you should be good with all the deployment. Okay, so fine. So you need this E2B API key and any of the providers API keys, and then this the Vercel API key. Okay, and then you should be good and to play with your application. Okay, so I showcased you how to generate the code, copy it, download the code, and see the preview of this UI code that is generated in here, and then you can again ask for it to tweak it, and you will be able to see that generation and all that stuff. Okay, so that's this application about. So I just wanted to help in the thought process of thinking through building something like this, like so generating the UI code and seeing the changes of them live in preview, and also tweaking to the needs of a requirement, and also seeing them so that if we can use that into our use case. So the intent here is to reduce the friction of trying it out in a local and then seeing if it's the need, if it fits for us or not. So here you can test using this and use it in our application. Okay, thank you so much. I think I was helpful. I think it did help, I'm thinking. So hope so it did help, and if it did help, all I ask of you guys is to please like, share and subscribe. And if you do think I'm providing some value to you guys, please do watch my content. Thank you so much.